and unless something happened that I'm not aware of, this is the first time anyone outside the family has heard it. It happened on the Navajo Res in Arizona. That's where my father's family lived. Well, some of them still live there, while others, like some of my aunts and uncles, moved out with their own families as well. They moved outside the res. We eventually moved to a nearby town as well, also outside the res. Now, why did we move out? Well, if you didn't know, some parts of the Navajo res are almost like dry deserts. At the home that we were staying in the early 90s, which was Grandma's house, there was no running water, nor electricity, no phone service, and everything was miles away. My grandparents raised sheep and took care of the land. Life was simple back then. However, as the years came by, so would the droughts and crops would dry up. The water pumps in the ground would stop working, and sometimes the whole day was basically spent getting water for all of us and for animals from other communities miles away. As my grandparents got old, they could no longer manage the task of taking care of livestock and hauling water and a few other things. All her children, including my dad, would take turns hauling water from nearby communities and helping with the livestock. With this came arguments and discussions among the siblings about whose turn it was to get water or to take care of the animals. Everything started one day when nobody went to go get water on a super hot day. I forgot the exact details, but the arguments had reached the point where everyone thought someone else would do it. That day, nobody went, and so my grandpa decided to go get the water himself. On his way back home, the trailer he was pulling veered off the road and he got into a wreck. And, well, he didn't make it. This caused a rift in the family, with siblings pointing fingers and blaming each other for his death. This tragedy created a whole bunch of issues between families for many years. It was hard for all of us. We were super close. I would even have dreams of my grandpa dying, and it was pretty bad that I started having nightmares, and sometimes I couldn't even sleep. Arguments and fights between siblings happened. Well, from my dad's side, that is. Everybody pointing fingers to each other, or maybe it was because they all felt guilty, and that caused everybody to drift apart. Some of them even blamed my poor grandma for not taking sides. Everyone thought they were right, and some of them felt betrayed when she didn't support them, to the point where some of my aunts and uncles stopped coming around at all. Because of this, I barely saw her, and from what I know, she would spend so much time alone. She refused to go with her children or visit them, not because she held anything against them, but because she didn't want anyone to think she was showing favoritism. Instead, she preferred that people visit her if they wanted to spend time with her. She refused to go with her children, and chose to spend the weekends and even social gatherings by herself. I suppose none of her children could be at peace knowing that their mom was alone. My dad, at least, suffered in silence here and there, and it seemed like he was the one closest to my grandma, as he is the one who communicated the most with her. But you know how family arguments go. After years, everyone comes back around acting like nothing happened. They lose meaning, but the lost time and the impact they had can't be recovered, and we all know the memories still linger there. Anyways, I remember it was Thursday morning. Christmas was approaching, which we actually don't really celebrate. However, it is the holidays, and so people are off work, and that's when we received a phone call. I answered. It was my grandma, and she wanted to talk to my dad. She sounded a bit nervous. When my dad took the phone, my dad always had the house phone on speaker because he had a hard time hearing through the phone. Therefore, I could hear the conversation that grandma was having with my dad, especially because it was a house phone. For those who don't know, house phones could only be taken away from where they were disconnected a few feet, so privacy wasn't really there, unless you were sent to the room or somewhere else to not listen. She mentioned that she felt real sick, and she was calling all her children, saying that she didn't want to leave without talking with everyone, and she wanted to invite everyone over this weekend, as tomorrow is never promised. Then she mentioned something strange. At some point, I could tell my grandma stepped away from the phone because of what she said. "Wait a minute, son. There's something outside," she said. Grandma walked away from the phone, opened the door and stepped outside. I could hear the wind blowing, and through that sound, I could hear my grandma's voice, shouting, cursing, trying to chase something away from the house. A few minutes passed by and my grandma got on the phone again. "Sorry, son, that damn dog is back, but no worries, I took care of it." This was even more strange, because I know my grandma loved every dog. The 4 that she had were strays when she found them abandoned on the street. She was the most affectionate person we knew when it came to dogs, so it was weird. "What dog is that?" my dad said. "One of those dogs that's been lurking around the home for days. But don't worry, I'm gonna stay outside to keep an eye on it, in case it comes back, and I'll call you back soon." My dad couldn't respond before she hung up. He then went out to the car to talk to my mom. They only talked in the car when they argued, trying to keep us from listening to their fights. It did work, but we still worry whenever they didn't. This time, however, it was different. When they finished, my dad went straight to his room. My mom then came to the phone and made a phone call. I couldn't tell who she was talking to or what she was talking about because she was more quiet than my dad. She then hanged up the phone and looked at me and said, "We're gonna spend this coming weekend with your grandma." For me, it was surprising but very good news. I saw my grandma less and less each year and felt less connected to her. The idea of spending a weekend with her, for the first time since I could remember, filled me with happiness. My mom then went into the room with my dad, and they talked for a few minutes. I could tell something serious was going on, and just like that, she came out and told me to start packing because they were going to send me with my cousin to Grandma's place first thing tomorrow. She explained that Grandma was sick, and it wasn't good for her to be alone. Apparently, they had already talked to my uncles and aunts to find out who all was going, and everyone, including my cousin Alex, was going. I then asked why we're not all going, and she explained that work would complicate things. I know we had a stationery store, and she would manage everything. On those days, we sold a lot of gift wrap and Christmas decor. It was our best time of the year, so therefore, they were going to send me and my cousin tomorrow, and the rest of the family was going to join us Saturday morning. The next morning, we had everything ready. None of us had ever gone to Grandma's house by public transport, but we were able to find a place without struggling too much. The street was just as we remember. It felt like time hadn't passed there. I can't explain how happy I was to see Grandma again, not in passing like before, or at a funeral. We saw her, we hugged each other, she cooked for us, and she told us stories. It was just like before, back to simple times, where the only worries were about the sheep and the land. That evening, we all sat down for dinner, sharing a meal that Grandma had cooked for us. The table was filled with traditional Navajo dishes, and as we ate, the room was filled with jokes and remembering when we were younger. I felt like in that moment we were all together, and that's all that mattered. Soon, it got dark, and the wind started blowing really bad. We were all sitting around the table when the dog started barking. But it wasn't the normal barking of a dog. It was the kind of bark that means someone or something is nearby. If you have any dogs, you know exactly what I mean. This one sounded like something was around. That's when my cousin Alex peeked out the window and stayed quiet for a few seconds before coming back to us. He looked pale, almost like he had seen a ghost. "There's a dog trying to get in through the back garden door, isn't there?" Grandma said. Grandma had a small garden in the back of her home, which is why there was a door leading to that area. That's when Alex said, "There's a dog standing out in the distance." That's when Grandma then grabbed a machete and walked towards the door. She then told us, "Stay inside and don't come out no matter what you hear. This isn't a normal dog, it's something else. It's been coming around here for a few days, and I try to scare it off, but it just comes back. I see in its eyes, and I know it's not just here for food. It's here for something else, something it wants from me." I need to show it that it's not welcome here. She went to open the door and we all stood at the doorway. Grandma then struck the door twice, trying to scare the dog away, but it didn't seem to be scared at all. She started walking towards it, and as soon as Grandma took like 4 steps, it looked at her, then at us, and then it calmly turned and walked towards the hills, as if nothing happened. Grandma still kept shouting curses at it. However, the way the dog was looking at us, it's hard to explain, but it felt evil, like it didn't care about anything. We slowly retreated back into the house, the night closing in around us. Grandma's expression was one of deep concern, but she tried to reassure us. "We'll be fine," she said, even though her eyes were saying another thing. "Hey Grandma," I said, "that's not a dog. It has to be something else. How is it that it's been around for days, and you haven't called the police or Dad to come and help you?" Grandma then stayed silent for a moment. Her eyes reflected sadness, but also a sense of relief. "They wouldn't believe me. Y'all's parents will think that I just want them to come as an excuse. If anything, an excuse to just see you all. It's better this way, just like they said before," she said. There was a moment of silence, obviously not knowing what to say, as we're not familiar with the conversations that our parents have with Grandma. "When everyone gets here tomorrow, we will all be together, for a purpose," she said. For a purpose? What does that even mean? She then told us to go to bed, as it was getting pretty late. We were going to stay in a small guest house in the back. It actually belonged to my uncle, who was Alex's dad, as he was one of the last to leave. When he did, he built a 2-room house near the fence to live in for a few years. Now it was empty, even though it still had some furniture. As we gathered our things and headed towards the guest house, I couldn't help but feel a chill in the air. I forgot how dark it gets out here in the res, how it's different than being in the city where everything is lit up. Walking across the yard, the wind had died down. The dogs, now quiet, huddled close to the house. The guest house stood at the back of the property. We settled into bed, but sleep didn't come so easy. You know how teenagers are. You get them alone without the supervision of their parents, and it will be a sleepless night. As I laid in bed, I found myself thinking about Grandma's words and the fear that she had in her eyes. "Hey Alex, what do you think Grandma meant when she said we will all be together, for a purpose?" Alex, no sound. I looked over, and he was dead asleep. I stayed awake thinking how it's been years since we've been here, and how great tomorrow it must be with the rest of my cousins coming over. As I was starting to fall asleep, something woke me up. Something I could hear outside. There was something right outside. I heard the breathing of what seemed like a person, and it felt like it was at the window. Alex was snoring, completely unaware. I moved very slowly, crouching, just to check that the window was securely closed, and it was, but there was definitely something outside. I left the room and went into the other room, which faced my grandma's house. I peeked out to see if everything was alright, especially to see if the dogs were there, because they weren't barking. I looked out and saw one of the dogs sound asleep by the door of my grandma's house. The light was on, and I could see it very clear. Then, something else caught my attention. A few meters away at the back of the house, standing in front of my grandma's window, was something. A dog standing on 2 legs, peering through the window. It was almost the size of a tall person. And then, it turned its head to look towards me. I got really scared and ran back to the room where my cousin was sleeping. I woke up Alex alarmed, and I told him that the dog was back, and it was trying to get into our grandma's house. That's when he told me to go back to sleep, and that I was most likely just seeing things. But that's when we heard the breathing. I knew whatever this thing was now right outside of the guest house. I motioned for Alex to get up quietly, We put on our jackets and sneakers over our PJs and stood by the door. I told him we were gonna run to Grandma's house, to not look back, to look straight at the door, and to just keep running. We counted to 3 and did it. We ran, and even though I didn't look back, I heard things moving behind the house. The whole time I was praying that the door was left unlocked to the garden. As we got closer, that's when Grandma opened the door before we got to it. She told us to come inside. She started shouting, "You're not welcome here. You're not welcome here. You're not welcome here." And that was it. She closed the door, but there were no phone calls made to the police or to our parents. Me and Alex were shaking inside as my grandma came back. She gathered around the living room, and trembling I said, "Grandma, what was that?" She looked at me and Alex. "That was Yanagloshi. I know you all been seeing him in your dreams, and it's after the family." "What do you mean, you all been seeing him?" I said. "Oh, you don't gotta tell me. I know what's been going on. I know you all been having nightmares and dreams. Well, they are real. These things are happening. And I can tell you, you both aren't the only ones. Y'all's parents have been seeing the dog as well. But let us stop talking about this." With that, she burned some cedar around us and said, "Creator will be with us tonight. Get some sleep. We're all gonna stay here in the living room." The next morning when I woke up, my parents were already there, as were Alex's parents, and more uncles and aunts kept arriving. It was December 23rd, but it felt like Christmas. I guess this is what Christmas feels like. I didn't understand it fully, but everyone was acting as if they were getting ready for some sort of party. The uncles were cooking outside, and the aunts were inside cooking as well. Everyone else was playing outside, and Grandma was just standing watching everybody. Even my Uncle Max arrived, with his impressive dog, very obedient. After greeting everyone, he quickly went towards the hills with his dog. As I said, I'm not sure if this was the first time that all families had gathered together, or maybe it was just because it felt really awkward. At least between us, siblings didn't feel that way. We were outside playing the whole time. Towards the afternoon, that's when one of my older cousins decided to talk to us. "Do you know why we're all here?" he asked. Without waiting for a response, he started talking. "It's because of something that happened with our family, and a skinwalker. It's all tied to what happened with Grandpa and the dog. There's been a curse on the family." As soon as he said this, it sent chills down my spine. A man accused of being a skinwalker had cursed our family. Grandpa had confronted this man, believing that he was responsible for the strange occurrences and misfortunes that were surrounding our family. In a fit of rage, Grandpa beat him. He left a permanent mark on the man's face. As my cousin was telling us this, I could actually see fear in his eyes. He continued, "Grandma believes that all tragedies and strange events, including the accident that took Grandpa's life, are connected to this curse. But there's more to it. The skinwalker cursed Grandpa specifically around water, knowing how vital it was for all of us. He said that the family would always struggle with water, either having too little or too much, and it would be the source of all of our greatest issues. Grandpa's accident was just the beginning. That's when my uncle called out to him, and he left us there." Alex then looked at me and said, "What do you think about that?" "I'm not sure, but I know Grandma was right. Aside from the dreams of my grandpa dying, and those horrible dreams that I have, there was always a dog in the dream as well. It was always out in the fields just standing, looking at us, looking at me, watching my grandpa in that car accident." Alex then looked at me and said, "Man, I'm not sure, but I'm definitely gonna ask my parents when we get back home." As the night went on, all the adults got everyone together, and they asked us to come close. because they had something important to say. That's when my dad spoke. "We've been planning a ceremony for some time now," he began. "It was under the recommendation of Grandma and some of the elders that I talked to. The medicine man is on his way." We all listened, and my dad explained how the ceremony is to cleanse our family and to restore peace. Everyone started looking at one another. I'm pretty sure that not everybody knew that a ceremony was going to take place. He then told all of us to sit near the fire and to just wait. The fire was crackling in the center of the circle that we had formed. That's when a man whom I didn't recognize got there. His face was painted, and he was wearing old traditional native clothing. I knew this was the medicine man who was going to perform the ceremony. But he wasn't alone. There was another man beside him. He was also dressed in traditional clothing. He was carrying a large drum. The medicine man greeted Grandma first, talking to her in Navajo. She nodded. The medicine man then turned to look at us, and with his hands, he motioned for us to gather closer around the fire. I'm not going to mention the whole ceremony itself, as some parts I will leave out as told by the medicine man that we shouldn't speak about. He then laid out a few different objects on the ground: a feather, a small bundle of herbs, a container of water, several stones, and a beautiful tobacco pipe, and a drum. He then started chanting softly. We watched in silence as the crackling of the fire and his soft murmurs of his chants the only sounds in the night. The medicine man then sprinkled herbs into the flames, and a fragrant smoke began to rise, swirling around us. He dipped the feather into the bowl of water and began walking around the circle, waving it around our bodies in a cleansing motion. Then, the medicine man lit the tobacco pipe and took a long, slow draw. He held the pipe out, and we watched as the smoke curled upwards, blending with the herbal smoke from the fire. He passed the pipe to Grandma, who took a draw and then handed it to the next family member. The pipe then made its way around the circle. The man who had come with the medicine man then picked up the drum and began to play it slowly. As the drum beat filled the air, the wind picked up again. The medicine man's chanting grew louder, his voice rising and falling in a pattern. Suddenly, that's when I saw the dog from earlier appear at the edge of the firelight. It was standing on two legs. Its eyes were glowing. It began to circle around us. It started running around. The drum beat quickened, and the medicine man started shouting faster, and more loud, and more intense. The air felt really thick. The whole environment felt very tense, every beat of the drum and its words echoing in my head. The dog circled closer. It started moving slower, and the medicine man's voice rose in a crescendo, and the drum beats became a rapid, heart-pounding rhythm. We huddled closer together. The medicine man then took what seemed to be small bundles, little bags including beads, and threw them into the fire. The fire flared up and the dog let out a screech. The drum beat was growing. The medicine man then threw some stones into the fire, and the fire flared up again. The wind started blowing, and for a moment, it seemed as if the very ground beneath us was shaking. The dog then let out one final screech, and it disappeared into the darkness. Then, everything went still. The wind died down. The fire returned to a steady burn, and there was nothing but silence over us. The drum and the singing began to die down, slowing to a calm and steady beat. The medicine man then stood before us. His face looked very exhausted, weak, almost like he was gonna pass out. That's when the other man he had came with helped him stand and sit down. We stood there silent, and the medicine man then said, "Everyone, be at peace. Remember to honor your ancestors," he said. "Keep the memory and their wisdom alive. They will always watch over you." And with that, all of our parents started standing up, and we made our way back to the house. The whole environment felt different now. almost like we were safe. We all ended up sleeping all over the house, some of us in the living room, others in the hall, others in the dining room. The next morning, as we gathered for breakfast, the medicine man joined us. His presence, now familiar, felt different. He took a seat and began to explain more about the curse. The skinwalker was attached to all of you because of the emotions and pain surrounding her husband's passing, he said, pointing to my grandma. When he died, the grief and unresolved anger among you created a fertile ground for the curse to take root and grow stronger. Emotions like pain, anger, are basically breeding grounds for these forces. They can attract and feed evil spirits and curses. He stopped for a second, letting his words sink in. We listened, understanding the seriousness of it. The skinwalker was thriving on everything surrounding y'all's family. The medicine man continued. Every argument, every moment of grief was an opportunity for the curse to deepen its hold. It wasn't just the physical presence of the skinwalker that was bothering you all, but all the emotions as well. We not only got rid of the skinwalker, but also began the process of healing those deep emotional wounds. Grandma nodded, with tears in her eyes. We have let our pain and anger fester for too long, she said. It's time we start healing as a family. The medicine man smiled gently. That's what the ceremony is all about. It's not just about removing the curse, but also restoring balance and harmony within the family. The ceremony and I have done our part. Now it's your turn to do yours. Embrace forgiveness, love and understanding. But most important, now is the time for healing and recovery. Talk between each other and support one another. These are your strongest defenses against any darkness that may come your way. We spent the rest of the morning talking and sharing stories about Grandpa, remembering all the good times and the lessons he had taught us. The air was filled with a sense of hope and renewal. It felt like we were truly a family again. As the day went on, we all took part in cleaning up and putting things back in order. The medicine man stayed with us for the day, guiding us in small rituals and teaching us how to keep our hearts and home protected. After that, we all took turns visiting Grandma. I believe she was never alone again. She ended up passing the following year, and after her funeral, we all never gathered together again. I doubt we will ever spend another holiday together, but I know from talking with my cousins that each of us, in our own way, still remembers that night. I'm sure you're hoping for a happy ending about how we embraced and forgave one another, which we did, but I guess to some extent. I guess some things just can't be forgotten or easily resolved. After Grandma's passing, everyone went their separate ways, and eventually, we all became pretty distant again. There was one of my uncles and one of my aunts who, despite everything, didn't change. Disputes over the property, who was gonna get what, which is a whole other story I can tell you if you're interested. We did end up contacting the same medicine man who my father had a good relationship with. He counseled us and advised that we can only do our part. As far as someone's bitter or hard, only they themselves can be at peace. You can only do so much to help someone, but in the end, if someone doesn't want the help, it won't work. While we can strive for healing, not everyone is willing to let go of the past. If anything, I heard from my cousin Alex how his father ended up getting into some weird stuff. He started bringing strange men into their house to perform some ceremonies. But this was different from the medicine man that we had known. He would disappear for days and began hanging all sorts of weird things around the house. It was pretty sad to hear. Eventually, Alex's parents divorced and they separated. As far as my aunt, I'm not sure about her. We didn't hear anything from her. They simply faded from our lives, and I often wonder what became of her. But the reality is that the path to healing is ongoing, and while the curse was lifted, the journey to peace and understanding is a personal one for each member of our family. Thank you for listening. My story is going to be pretty short. I've been thinking about if I should share it with you all, which I hope you don't find it boring. My dad was the nicest person I ever known, always trying to help those in need, even when it seems like it worked against him in some situations. He was always willing to give a helping hand. I remember very well what he told me happened one day when he was driving back home from work. It was around 11 at night. It was late, and his plan was to arrive in time for dinner. But at this point, I'm sure he was just hoping that if anything, he would find my mother awake. He didn't know that we were actually waiting on him. Back then, there were no cell phones, so he couldn't warn us that something had happened and that he was going to get home late. In the outskirts of our city, there are some woods on the north side that you have to come through before getting into town. It's about a 20-minute drive through nothing but a forested area. We actually gone camping there a few times in the past as well. So my dad told me that as he was coming through the darkest area of the forest, he encountered a broken down car with a man and a young kid asking for help. My dad always going out of his way to help somebody out. He said he thought it was very risky, but he said he couldn't leave them alone out there on the side of the road. So he pulled up the car in front of them. Apparently, he talked to the man and they needed to change the tire, which they had. However, he needed a jack because the one they had was broken. When my dad opened the trunk to his own car, he got his jack, and that's when he noticed that the kid was playing and starting to walk towards the tree line, which wasn't that far. My dad did say this was pretty weird, as the kid, who must have been around 5 or 6, should most likely be asleep by now. My dad yelled at him, telling him that he could get hurt, but the kid didn't listen. His father also didn't seem to be paying attention, as he was too busy inspecting the tire. So my dad just placed the jack underneath the car and gave the tool for the man to untighten the lug nuts. While he was doing that, he noticed that the kid didn't stop walking among the tree line, but without straying too far, walking from one tree to another, as if he was playing hide and seek, laughing and poking his head out from the pines and looking at him. "Hey, you know he could get hurt. There's a lot of underbrush over there," my dad said, hoping that the man would pay attention to his kid. The man was grunting as he was trying to loosen the lug nuts. "Damn, these things are hard. What did you say?" the man asked, focused on the tire, and my dad was about to repeat it, but that's when he saw the kid running and getting into the car. That's when he saw his face. He said it seemed like he had seen something out there. He looked all scared. He said that the kid kept looking at him, and just like that, his facial expression changed to that of a creepy, weird smile, almost smirking, but in an evil way. They finished changing the tire, and the man said thanks to my dad. They rolled the tire to the man's trunk, and as they did, the kid was staring at him, with his face pressed against the passenger window. "Weirdo," my dad said. "Well, thanks so much for helping, man. 3 cars had passed by within the last 30 minutes, and nobody was stopping by. I know this whole situation looks fishy. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't have stopped here, but thank you. I really do mean it," the man said. "Well, there's no way I was gonna let y'all be stranded out here alone. Plus, it's pretty creepy, dark, and late. Who knows if anybody else was gonna pass by here," my dad replied. The young man just smiled, somewhat confused, and walked to his door. My dad said to stay safe, and he started walking towards his car as well. As he was walking, he said he looked back to see the man getting into the car, and he noticed that the kid wasn't in the car again. That's when my dad walked back to the guy's car, and he said, "Hey, don't forget your kid." That's when the young man's face completely changed. His eyes opened wide, as if they were about to pop out. "What kid?" "There was a kid with you. That's actually why I was convinced to stop," my dad said. I've been here by myself this whole time," the man said nervously. That's when they both heard a whistling sound coming from the tree line. As they looked, they saw what seemed to be the silhouette of a young kid, just staring. That's when my father told the man that we should get out of here right now. They sped off, and when they left the forest, about 10 minutes later, they stopped at a gas station. My dad ended up fixing the jack that he had just thrown on the passenger seat. They talked for a few more minutes before going separate ways. However, my dad said that when he told the man that maybe what they had seen and heard was something good, because if the kid hadn't appeared, he wouldn't have stopped. But that's when the man said that when his tire blew out, he thought he heard a kid laughing, but he said he was most likely just hearing things. However, if it was good, then why did my tire blow out at that spot? What if it was actually evil? And what if it was trying to draw us towards the woods? Until the day he died, my dad insisted that the story was real, and that it was the scariest, creepiest thing that has ever happened to him. I do believe him. We stopped going camping there. As a matter of fact, we even stopped driving through that north side to come into the city. We even started going around the long way instead, just to avoid that area. Anyways, just be careful out there. You never know what's out there in the dark. When I first got the position, I wasn't sure what to expect. I knew I would be spending quite a bit of time in the forest, and what was expected of me once I got there. However, this was a location I wasn't familiar with, and honestly, this was the first time I had done anything like this. I assumed that I would just be spending a few weeks out in the woods, wandering through the wilderness, admire the gorgeous surroundings, keeping an eye on my little corner of the forest, and report anything strange. I was sitting in the passenger seat of an old beat-up truck with a broken air conditioner. The drive out to this location took nearly a full day of travel. We were always having to slow down to a crawl because of trees and over streams. The driver was a gruff-looking older man with a thick salt and pepper beard. He squinted despite the trees covering most of the sunlight above. He barely said a word for pretty much the entire ride out here. All he did was listen to the same album on repeat. Sometimes I would catch him tapping his thumb on the steering wheel whenever I assumed one of his favorite songs played. By the time that we arrived at the tower, the sun was already descending, painting the sky in beautiful pinks and oranges. I stepped outside of the truck, and for the first time in hours, the man lowered the volume on his music. He told me everything I needed was up in the tower. I said thank you, and with a clearing of his throat, he nodded to me and drove off. Standing before the tower, I tilted my head back and stared up at it. There were maybe 5 or 6 flights of stairs circling upwards to the top of the tower. I glanced around at the area and saw everything was normal. Being left here alone was somewhat eerie, but I had been working or living around the woods my entire life. I ascended the stairs to the top of the tower. A wall of glass greeted me as I passed by. Through the glass, I could see the dark interior. I pulled out a set of keys and unlocked the door. Reaching over, I flipped the light switch on the wall, and nothing happened. Forgetting to start the generator that I had been told about beforehand, I descended the steps and located the small shack on the other side of the tower. After getting the generator up and running, I glanced up and saw the tower was now glowing. The light seemed to pour out like a solitary beacon in the night. I tracked back up the tower and finally took note of my temporary home. In the center was a square table with various papers stacked upon it. Also on the table was a firefighting device used to locate and coordinate with other towers to narrow down where a fire had occurred. On the opposite side from the door was a semi-solid wall, which had various maps and papers pinned to it. One of the papers was a crude drawing of a family, presumably forgotten by one of the previous fire watchers. In the corner adjacent to the map wall was a single bunk bed, with a narrow end table at the head of the bed. The last wall contained a long shelf with a wood-burning stove and a crate of wood nearby. Underneath were numerous containers, some containing dry goods. There were some bed sheets and other things assorted in the boxes, but most of it was just standard things. I wasn't really planning on using the bed sheets. On the wall underneath the larger mat was a rack with a shotgun resting upon it. A small box of shells was placed on a shelf next to it. I wasn't very big on guns, but growing up around the woods you start to appreciate their usefulness. Staring out of one of the windows, I gazed at the sea of blackness. The trees that swayed beneath the tower in the night looked like dark ocean waves. I sighed as my long day's journey was finally catching up to me, and it was time for me to head off to bed. I turned off the light near the door, and as I turned to head back to bed, for a split second, I saw a light in the distance. If it was during the day, there was no way I would have seen it, but with it being so dark outside, it was contrasting against its backdrop. The light was a dull red, and as I looked at it for a few seconds, wondering if it was a fire of some kind, the light began to move. Then, a few more seconds passed, and the light stopped, then disappeared. Confused and tired to worry about it at the moment, I got my sleeping bag and checked to make sure the tower door was secured. I crawled into bed and was dragged off to sleep by the sounds of the forest below me. The next morning when I woke up, my brain was fucking with me. I had forgotten where I was, and how I even got there. That feeling passed after a few moments. I stood up from my bed, got dressed, and looked around me. The view from up in this tower was something you can't find in photographs. Gorgeous landscapes stretching as far as the eye can see. Beautiful green trees splitting the horizon, and the clear blue sky taking up the rest. I started a small fire in the mini stove and heated up a pot of coffee. While it was coming up to temperature, I walked over to my radio system and turned it on. I picked up the receiver and called the nearby towers to check in. After a few seconds of static, a voice came through the speaker. He said his name was Peter, and he was in Tower 7. Tower 7 was within line of sight, yet still quite a distance away. I had to use my binoculars just to see the tower, let alone spot anyone inside of it. Another voice chimed in, which was a woman's voice. She said her name was Katie, and that she was in Tower 9. Tower 9 butted right up against the only lake in the area. I knew where it was on the map, and when I used my binoculars to see Tower 9, it only revealed itself as a pinpoint on the horizon. I introduced myself to them as Luke from Tower 8. I sort of comedically rolled the introduction off my tongue, which got a few chuckles from my faceless coworkers. We spent the morning talking about various things, such as our lives and how we all ended up out here, in the middle of nowhere. Eventually, I decided it was time to see what was nearby, as it was dark when I had gotten here, and hadn't had a chance to look around yet. I stepped out of my tower and began a short walk around it. I kept my personal radio on me just in case. I hadn't really seen the need to grab the shotgun, as I wouldn't be traveling too far. As I looked around the perimeter of the tower, I saw nothing. There was a small brook to the east, a clearing and the trees to the south, which had a lot of flowers laid out inside of it. It was like something out of a woodsy picture book. Other than that, there wasn't much else going on, so I decided it was time to head back up. However, when I turned to make my way back to the tower, I noticed one tree in particular that was different from all the others. This one had large marks carved into it, like some type of animal had brought its claws across it, most likely to mark its territory. I did think about what animal might have done such a thing. and then I continue on my way. As I climbed the stairs back into the tower, I saw the sun was quick on its descent. I gave my neighbors another radio check and wished them both a good night. I locked the door to the tower. I started eating one of my survival meals, as I like to call them, and bedded down for the night. That night, something strange happened. I was awakened by some feeling, not a noise or any other physical force, just something that caused my eyes to drift open. I glanced about without moving a muscle, and spotted something odd. There was a glow coming from outside of the tower, and it seemed to be circling around it like it was climbing the stairs. I started to feel panic growing in my chest as I looked at the shotgun to my left. I tried to calm myself by thinking it was most likely one of the other watchers who had gotten lost and saw my tower. Then, the light rose to the main level of the tower. A dual red lantern was slowly bobbing next to the windows. What was carrying this lantern? I couldn't be sure. Its body seemed strange. It looked like a man, but it had a long curved spine, tracing its silhouette. A weird-looking arm clutched the lantern and held it in front. It seemed to have long hair that dangled down past its shoulders. It stopped just before it reached the door of the tower. Then it quickly turned and faced the glass, looking directly at me. I stared at it with wide eyes. Then a few moments later, it turned and began to descend the stairs. Whether it was fear or being confused, you name it, something must have driven me back to sleep as I found myself waking up the next morning. I had no idea what that thing was. I'm not sure if it was just a dream, or maybe my brain using my imagination to fabricate something like that. All I know is that I'm basically stuck out here, and that was just the very first day. It's been a little over a week since I arrived at this tower. If I were to be honest, this life really isn't for the faint of heart. The solitude was starting to take its toll on me. Humans are social creatures by nature, and if it weren't for my coworkers in Tower 7 and 9, I might have begun to lose my mind. I might be exaggerating a little bit, of course, but there is some extensive psychological assessment for jobs like these, at least for the company that I work for. I wouldn't have come all the way out here if I didn't think I could handle it. That being said, thinking back on what I experienced on my first night, I honestly thought a screw might have come loose somewhere in my mind. There was obviously no creepy man creature carrying a lantern around the forest. I was randomly stirred awake in the middle of the night, and in my groggy state, my brain most likely fabricated this person from the darkest reaches of my imagination. That's what I've been telling myself, at least. In the days since then, I haven't experienced another nightly visitor. This only seemed to reinforce my original belief. I have seen that red light moving in the woods at night. I didn't see it every single night, and on the nights that I did, I tried my best to dismiss it. Maybe it's one of the other watchers investigating the surrounding area. As unlikely as that thought sounded, at this point, it did help me to calm down for the most part. The days that passed have been uneventful. Thankfully, I had this foresight to bring along a few books to read. With all the downtime, I spent the majority of my time just relaxing in the tower, reading and talking with my tower friends. Whenever I did leave the safety of the tower, I never traveled too far. I always stayed within range of it at all times, never extending myself further than that. Even though I had no reason to investigate my surroundings, it was a nice change of pace from being confined to the glass walls. On day 6, the same man who had dropped me off at the tower showed up to deliver some supplies. I had brought enough to last my entire stay out here, but the wildlife reserve was sure to keep the tower decently stocked. I'll be honest, seeing this man was a much welcome sight. We talked for a bit, and while he was stern and quiet, I still enjoyed his company. He asked me how things were going out here, and I assured him that everything was fine. He unloaded a few boxes from the back of his truck before heading off to Tower 9 to deliver the last of the supplies. I thanked him for the items, and again, he cleared his throat, nodded to me, and drove off. On the seventh night, I was lounging on the outer rim of the tower, staring up at the beautiful night sky above. I was finishing up the last bit of soup that I had made earlier, when my eyes drifted from the cloudy sky to the forest below. In the forest, I could see that glow once again. It drifted around and between the trees. Honestly, it became such a common occurrence that I didn't even think about it too much. It started to drift far away from my tower. Eventually, I picked up my binoculars and looked at it. Normally, that light only remained illuminated for a short period of time, a few minutes max. Except this time it didn't. The glow was lingering and drifting along. I dropped my binoculars and looked back up at the sky. Then around 20 minutes later, my radio in the tower crackled to life. It was Peter from Tower 7. He was asking if we were still awake. I stood up from my chair, almost immediately sighed, responding to his message. He was asking if either of us could see this red light outside of his tower. Katie didn't respond. We just thought she had gone to bed for the night. I, on the other hand, stared at the receiver, not sure why I was so concerned in that moment. It was just a random light in the woods. It wasn't something to be terrified about. However, the fact that Peter was saying something I had personally experienced seemed to send a chill down my spine. I responded truthfully to Peter, telling him that I had been seeing that same light ever since I arrived at the tower. He asked me why I never reported it, and honestly, I just told him because I thought it was one of them. He then asked me if I thought he should go investigate it, to which I advised against it. I told him just to lock his tower's door and remain inside for the night. He did seem a little bit concerned about the situation, but I feel after speaking with me, he managed to compose himself. He mentioned that he was heading to bed, and I did the same. At roughly 2:30 in the morning, I was awoken by the distant sound of a gunshot echoing across the forest. In any other circumstance, there would have been no way I would have heard something like that. But after that first night and the conversation I had with Peter earlier, I went to sleep on a razor's edge. I know I could have heard a pin drop a mile away, so a gunshot was more than enough to pull me from my dreams. I quickly sat up and grabbed the radio, asking what happened, but in the back of my mind, I already knew that one of my tower mates most likely encountered the same thing that I did, even though I didn't want to believe it. After a few minutes passed by, Peter's voice poured through the speaker. He said that he saw something climbing up his tower. He said that when it was going for his tower's door, he grabbed a shotgun and fired at it. The smoke cleared. However, there was no sign of it anywhere, just a pile of broken glass. He cursed himself for making such a fast decision. He went to see if whoever it was had fallen from the tower. When he walked outside and looked over the edge, there was nothing, and no sign anyone had been outside of his tower. Since then, Peter has been making nightly radio checks to both me and Katie. His choice to fire his gun left him without a window in his tower. The barrier that was protecting him from the elements outside had been torn down, and I think that realization was starting to set in. The night following the event, as I stood on the balcony looking around, I saw no sign of that red glow in the forest below. It was truly like it never existed in the first place. I felt at peace once more to not have this feeling in the back of my mind. However, something happened last night that I feel needs to be addressed. I was using the outhouse late one evening at the base of the tower. I stepped outside and was about to make my way back up when I heard something. It sounded like heavy footsteps moving in the trees next to me, like something big was shuffling around. Even with my flashlight cutting through the darkness, there was no sign of anything in the woods. My first instinct was that it was most likely a bear coming into the area at night to look for food. I continued to scan around as the sensation began to creep in the back of my mind, similar to when I would spot that glowing red light. However, this time it felt different, and it felt darker, more ominous, dangerous-like. I was trying to force my legs to run up the tower as fast as I could, but I found myself unable to move. I shifted my light around, hoping and praying that I wouldn't see anything, when suddenly, the loud cracking of twigs to my right sent me into a mad dash up the stairs. I had never climbed a set of stairs that fast in my life before. When I arrived at the top, I locked the door and stayed awake the entire night, with the shotgun resting nearby. This morning, when I went downstairs to look at the surrounding area, I saw where that noise had been made. A tree, which had been no further than 6 feet away from me at the time, had a bunch of broken twigs at its base. There were scratch marks embedded into the tree itself, and in the soft ground below were 2 footprints that appeared strangely human, slightly longer though. The prints that had been left in their wake seemed to signify that it was something heavy. I don't know if this was made by that thing that was carrying that lantern, or if it's something different. All I know is that there is something strange happening in these woods, and I feel like myself and the other watchers are bystanders caught in the middle of it. We still have another 20 days left in these woods, and I just hope we can make it to the end before something truly bad happens out here. I feel like I'm beginning to lose my mind. It's only been 5 days since the last log, but so much has happened I feel like I need to record the events. I had lost contact with Tower 7 with Peter 2 nights ago. His last few messages to myself and Katie were strange. He told us that he was hearing voices coming from outside of his tower, whispers telling him to come outside. He said that no matter where he was inside the tower, the voices would always sound like they were right next to him. He said he took everything that wasn't bolted down and stacked it in front of the big shattered window and door. He tried to contact anyone on the emergency frequency, but received no reply. When he told us this, we all tried to do the same, and it was in that moment that we realized all 3 of us were alone out here. The evening before Peter's radio went silent, he was saying that he could hear heavy footsteps ascending the tower. They would rattle off the metal steps and get right up to the tower's platform before stopping. He said when he looked out of the window, he couldn't see anyone standing out there. He asked what he should do, and to be honest, we didn't have an answer for him. We could hear his distress through the crackling receiver. His radio went silent shortly after that. Both Katie and I tried contacting him over and over again, but every time, no response was heard from Tower 7. I had considered packing up a bag and hiking through the forest to his tower. However, every time I stepped outside and looked down at the trees below, I would turn around and go back inside. I felt terrible every time I tried to attempt and failed. If this had happened on the first day, I would already be on my way over to his tower. But after experiencing what I had been for the past 2 weeks, my brain couldn't push my body down those steps. The morning before, I spent hours just standing on a small ledge outside my tower door, using my binoculars to look over at Tower 7. Even though it had always been fairly difficult to spot from my position, looking at the structure now, it just seemed lifeless, like an abandoned building. I spent the afternoon speaking with Katie in Tower 9. She had been growing more and more concerned with each passing hour. She had been oblivious to the things that both Peter and I had witnessed. She couldn't understand what was happening. Hell, I barely understood it myself. She kept asking me for advice on what we should do about Tower 7, and much like with Peter, I didn't really have an answer. The best I could muster was to tell her to remain in her own tower, and that we'll keep trying to contact Tower 7. Even though I could hear her voice defeated, she agreed. Hours passed, and the sun began to fall from the sky. With the night growing, a chill swept through the area. I began to stack whatever I could in front of the door to my tower. I wasn't sure what I was getting ready for, or if something like this would work, but doing this helped me calm down a bit. As I sat there huddled in the corner, with a small lamp at my side and my gun within reach, I stared off through the window, trying to stay alert. At roughly midnight, something happened. I felt my head beginning to nod as I was struggling to keep my eyes open when the radio crackled for a second. I felt my eyes shoot open, not sure if I truly heard something. The crackling returned a second time, and I walked over to it. I picked up the receiver and asked if it was Peter. A long 5 minutes passed. The silence in the air was so heavy that my watch sounded like a hammer on metal. A voice spoke through the radio, and when I heard it, I dropped the receiver and backed away. The voice was very faint and distant, and yet at the same time, it felt like the voice was right behind me, speaking into my ear. I backed up across the tower until my back pressed up against the cold glass of the window. I felt my breathing become shallow. I had never heard a voice like that before, and it clearly wasn't Peter. I turned and looked in the direction of Tower 7. Even though it was impossible to see in the dark, I was at a loss for words and actions. I slid down to the floor and sat there, looking at the now silent radio. I stayed like this for nearly an hour. I thought about walking over and attempting to contact Katie, but I couldn't force myself to move from the spot. The minutes were ticking by, and I was longing for sunrise to crest over the trees. That's when I heard a sound too, coming from outside the tower. The sound of heavy footfalls on each step leading up to the top. I could feel my heart beginning to quicken. Then, when they grew the loudest at the top of the stairs, they stopped. I stood up and looked through the window across the tower. There was nothing there. A million things were racing through my mind, wondering who or what could have been making that noise. I waited and no more footsteps came. It would have been foolish for me to think this was a product of my imagination. I could clearly hear those footsteps drawing closer and closer. There was definitely something outside of my tower. As I stood in silence, trying to mentally get ready for something to happen, that's when I heard a new sound. A sharp against one of the glass windows. I slowly turned. There was something hanging upside down from on top of the tower. Its head seemed to be floating in mid-air. Long, stringy black hair dangled from its scalp like a torn-off bedsheet. Its eyes were sunken into its face, and they didn't seem to have any pupils. A twisted grin stretched from ear to ear. Teeth like sharp jagged rocks infested its mouth. Long bony fingers held its thing in place against the glass. Fingers that were nearly as long as my forearm. It curled a single finger, wrapping the nail against the glass, over and over again. Despite my fear upon seeing this thing, I did notice that this creature didn't look like the one that had previously carried the lantern. Well, not entirely the same. This one looked demonic, like it wanted to harm me, while the other one just seemed curious, if that even makes sense. It stared at me like a beast stalking its prey. I could feel my throat beginning to dry up and sweat begin to drop from my forehead. I looked at the shotgun resting on the ground near where I was previously sitting. Its teeth began to separate, revealing a slimy black tongue that was licking the glass. Strings of foul saliva dripped against it, nearly causing me to gag. It began tapping harder and harder on the glass. A moment later, my worst fear came to life. The window began to crack. It started where the finger was impacting, then began to branch out like a spider web, until the entire pane was a brutal mess. One final tap, and the entire window would be shattered. When that happened, I felt my body jerk towards the gun. I scooped it up with both hands and fired directly at the window. The sound left a harsh ringing in my ears, and a bunch of smoke filled the tower. A moment later, the smoke cleared, and I looked at the window. There was no sign of it anywhere. I had no idea if I had hit this creature or not. There didn't seem to be anything left behind. My hands were trembling so bad. I stood up and slowly walked over to the window. I looked around for a few moments, and once I was convinced it was gone, I looked over the tower. When I did, I saw something large and dark disappearing into the trees, heading away from the tower. The sun eventually began to rise, and I could feel warmness returning to me after such a cold and terrible night. I contacted Katie and told her what happened. She was in complete disbelief, and honestly, I don't blame her. I'm not sure what to do at this point. I doubt we're gonna make it to the end. I'm not sure how many more shells that thing can take, but I'm gonna run out of ammo eventually, and then it's gonna be too late. I can't stop thinking about Katie and how she could be next. It's crazy thinking, I know, but I feel like I need to go over there to help her. I'm not sure if I will write again, or if I'll even be here. I'm gonna take a day to collect my thoughts, and then I'm gonna leave the tower to find Katie. If you don't hear from me, then it means I failed, and for that, I'm sorry. Three days have passed since my last entry. My bloody hands are trembling as I write this. This experience is leaving a heavy scar on my mind. I guess I should record what happened as best as I can, even though the more I try to recall the events, the more my brain attempts to block them all out. After the sun rose the day after that thing tried to break into my tower, I lost consciousness. The fatigue of being awake all night, combined with the shocking events, were too much for my body to handle. Once the adrenaline subsided, I could barely keep my eyes open. I woke up sometime later in the afternoon to the sound of Katie calling me on the radio. She sounded panicked, scared. When I answered, she practically shouted with joy. She said that after I didn't check in that morning, she had gotten worried that something happened to me. I told her something did happen, but that I was okay right now. I spent nearly a half hour explaining the previous night in as much detail as I could recall. She just remained silent on the other end. Once I finished, she only asked me a single question. What are we gonna do? For the first time in hours, I was finally able to think clearly. I told her that we needed to work together in order to make it out of here. She agreed, and I asked her if she could handle being alone one more night. She told me that she hadn't seen anything unusual so far, and that she should be alright. I made sure to explain that she needed to barricade her tower as best as she could, and to keep her gun on her at all times. I then told her that at dawn, I would begin hiking her way. After I got off the radio, I stared at the massive hole where the window once stood. It made me think about Peter, and I wonder if his tower looked like this as well. The sun was already descending, and I spent the entire part of that night packing up my backpack with all the essentials that I could. I made sure my shotgun was loaded, and I leaned against the wall, opposite to the broken window. I wasn't sure if that thing would come back after getting shot at, but regardless, I would be ready if that was the case. Midnight rolled around, and due to my crazy sleeping pattern, I was still alert. I kept my ears open for any strange sounds coming from outside the tower, but aside from the occasional cricket and frog, there was nothing. Then, the radio let out a high-pitched whine before Katie's voice came through. She sounded terrified and told me that something was outside her tower. Upon hearing this, I felt that rush of adrenaline course back into me, and I realized that I had a choice to make. I couldn't just sit around like I had done with Peter. I told her that I was on my way and to just hold on. I truly didn't want to be traveling through the woods at night, but if it meant potentially helping Katie, I had to try. Hearing her panicked voice looped in the back of my mind, I grabbed my bag, my gun, and personal radio, then went for the door. For the first time in days, I stepped outside of my tower. I moved quickly down steps and made note of which way I needed to go to get to Tower 9. I walked briskly, taking care not to sprint because I knew if I injured my leg, then we would both be in trouble. I moved as fast and as carefully as I could manage. Walking through the woods was very confusing. Every tree looked the same as each other. I used my flashlight to maintain my heading as best as I could. I figured if I could at least make it to the lake, then I would be able to spot her tower nearby. My senses during the journey felt razor sharp, as every sound and movement was drawing my attention. I didn't make a note of the time when I left, nor during my trek, but it felt like I had been walking for hours. Trekking through the uneven terrain was beginning to take its toll on my legs and feet. I stopped briefly to rest against a tree, when the sound of a loud, yet distant gunshot echoed around me. The adrenaline that I had felt the previous night, and when I heard Katie calling for help, coursed through my body yet again. I pushed off the tree and picked up the pace. By this point I was throwing caution to the wind, going over boulders and through dense brush. I was practically sprinting through the woods, and after 10 more minutes, I came out from the tree line. I was greeted by the sounds of waves lapping against the muddy shore. I had made it to the lake. After taking a moment to look at the moon's reflection in the water, I turned and saw the light from Tower 9. It wasn't too far away from my current location. As I skirted my way along the lake, I kept my eyes fixed on the glowing tower ahead. I was drawing closer and closer when I thought I heard something in the trees to my left. I froze in place and turned my weapon towards the sound. It was far too dark to make out anything in the trees. I just held my breath and tried my best to focus on any sort of movement. 5 minutes passed without a single sound. Not even the crickets were chirping anymore. I felt my body relax slightly. I turned and continued walking towards the tower. Once I arrived at the base of the stairs, I looked up at the tower, and a strange, yet familiar feeling came over me. It was a feeling I had previously when I looked at Peter's tower. Like this tower was now abandoned. Dread was beginning to fill me, and as I rushed up the stairs as quickly as I could, when I got to the door, I stopped. Inside looked like a tornado hit it. Books and papers were all over the place. Tables were turned over. I saw no sign of anyone. I slammed my fist against the wall and cursed myself for being too slow. Just when I was about to turn and head back downstairs, I heard something. It was a voice, a whisper, calling out to me. I turned back, and on the other side of an overturned desk, huddled in the corner, was a young woman with dark hair. She was clutching a gun in her hands and was trembling terribly. I held my hands up and told her who I was. Her face seemed to light up as she recognized my voice. Then, that light on her face quickly disappeared in a flash, as she screamed at me to look out. Confused, I turned and was face to face with a large, jagged grin, vacant white eyes inches away from mine. I felt my entire body lock up, and before I knew it, I was thrown to the ground. It happened so fast, I didn't know what happened. I felt my legs start being pulled out of the doorway, and I tried to scramble for my gun. There was no use. I was being dragged forcefully outside. The creature was gripping my leg with such force that I could feel my shins starting to crack. It jerked me around one of the corners of the stairs, slamming me into the railing. Here, my head impacted with the wood, and I could feel blood dripping down into my eyes. I tried screaming for help, but every step I hit while being dragged took the air from my lungs. We were halfway down the tower steps when a gunshot sounded. The creature that was holding me reared back and unleashed a deafening screech. As it did that, it threw its arms to the side. I was still in its grasp, so I went tumbling over the railing and fell from the tower. That was the last thing I remember. I woke up a day and a half later to Katie speaking nearby. I sat up, and immediately I could feel pain shooting through my leg. Katie saw that I was awake and came over to ask me how I was feeling. I could barely say a word, and she told me that everything will be alright. I asked her what happened, and she said that after she shot at the creature and it dropped me, it took off down the stairs into the woods. She carried me back up into the tower and bandaged me up as best as she could. I was surprised that she was able to carry me up the stairs. She said she had been trying to call for help every hour on any frequency, but she hasn't been able to reach anybody. I told her thank you for saving my life, and she thanked me for trying to save hers. I asked her about that night, and she said she heard something climbing up her tower when she called me, but didn't see anything. And when I asked her about the gunshot, she pointed towards the roof. She said she remembered what I had told her about the creature climbing onto the roof of my tower. I looked up and saw different holes letting in faint sunlight in the roof. She said she never actually saw the creature. She just panicked and fired. It wasn't until I showed up that she saw it for the first time. She made us some food, and I spent that evening trying my best to recover. Despite my poor health, I convinced her that we needed to take turns to keep an eye on things until we could get in contact with somebody. Katie's sleeping right now, and to pass some time, I wanted to write this out. However, it's proving difficult with my shaking hands. I don't know what's gonna happen. We still have 12 more days until we're scheduled to go home. With my leg messed up, I doubt we'll be making a run for it. I'm just glad I'm not alone. I know between the two of us, we can hold out until then. I hope we can make it out. This will be the final log of Tower 8. After all the things I have seen out here, I feel like my life will never be the same. The days after I arrived at Tower 9 were rough. My injuries were taking a toll on my body. I wasn't able to move for nearly 2 days straight after I regained consciousness. Thankfully, Katie was around to help me out. She was taking care of everything, as well as helping me up and down the tower. Well, to go out and use the bathroom. It was embarrassing being so helpless, but she never made me feel like a burden. We continued taking turns watching over one another. We were hoping that the ranger who had brought us out here would have done another supply run of the towers, but as the days went on, it seemed more and more unlikely. The first handful of nights that followed me were uneventful. There had been zero indication that whatever that creature was had come back. I wanted to believe that the blast it took drove it away to die alone in the woods, but I knew it wouldn't be that easy. After 3 full days of watching and waiting, something finally happened. I was taking up my nightly watch as Katie was heading to bed. I stared at the night sky from where I was sitting at, opposite to the door. To pass the time, I've been reading one of the books that Katie had brought along with her, a cheesy romance novel, but at least it was something to keep my mind occupied. As I was reading by the candlelight, my eyes closed for a split second, and when I opened them, there was nothing but darkness. The candle had gone out, and only a faint ribbon of smoke twisted in the moonlight before me. I sat up and looked around. A light breeze caressed my face, and I turned. My heart began to thunder in my chest as I saw the tower door open. My eyes snapped over to where Katie had been sleeping. It was empty. I scrambled to my feet, and in doing so, a piercing sensation shot up from my leg, spreading throughout my body. It was like my insides had been set on fire, and after a few deep seconds, the pain slowly faded. I grabbed my flashlight and shotgun and went out into the tower's ledge. I called out for Katie as loud as I could. A few birds in the nearby trees scattered from the branches. I limped down, feeling needles in my leg with each impact. It took me ages to reach the bottom of the tower. When I stepped onto the dirt, I stopped and looked around. I called out once more for Katie as my fears were starting to fill up my mind. The echo of my voice faded, and for the first time, I felt completely alone. I was just about to resign myself to defeat and climb back up the steps when I heard something in the distance. A screaming sound, coming from deep in the woods. I thought about climbing back up the tower to grab my backpack, but I didn't want to risk losing Katie because I took my time to climb back up. I started to limp quickly towards the scream. Every step was agonizing. I had to take so many breaks with every handful of steps or so. I called out, and just when I thought I lost track of her, I would hear a new scream. Sweat started to soak through my clothing, making my body feel 10 times heavier. Thoughts were racing through my mind, wondering what I would do if I found her. After an hour of walking, I entered a small clearing in the woods and I called out again. The scream that returned was extremely close now. I pushed my way through, and I saw them. Katie was being dragged away by the creature. Where they were heading to, I didn't know, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was saving her. When she saw me coming out from the trees, she called my name in desperation. Upon hearing my name and seeing what was happening, I pressed the butt of the shotgun into my shoulder, took aim, and fired. The creature screeched and dropped Katie into the dirt. It turned to face me, and I could feel its hatred in its eyes. I felt like I had just whacked a bear with a twig. It began moving along the ground towards me like a beetle. Everything happened so fast I was unable to raise my weapon for a second shot. It swatted the gun from my hand and gripped me by the neck. It raised me off the ground and stared at me with those vacant, wide eyes. The creature was no longer grinning. Its face was twisted. I could feel my throat beginning to close as its grip tightened. I looked over at Katie, who was lying on the ground. I could feel my life getting close to its end. My eyes began to close, and I was thinking my last thoughts I would ever have. Suddenly, the creature released its grip, and I hit the ground hard. My leg striking the dirt caused me to unleash an ear-shattering scream. When the pain began to fade, I looked up and saw the creature clearly cowering away from me. It was the first time that I could see it so clearly, its grotesque humanoid form. And then I looked down at my hands and realized I could see myself clearly as well. It took me far too long to realize that there was now a light filling the area around us. I turned, and standing not too far away from me was that thing that I spotted on the first night. It was holding it out in front of its body, and what was once a dull red glow is now a bright orange, like it had somehow captured a piece of the sun in its hands. The other creature recoiled and shrieked in agony before its skin began to slowly flake away. It seemed like if the light from the lantern was burning this creature alive. Then, with a single brilliant flash of light, the area dimmed, and the creature that had attacked both Katie and I was no longer there. I sat up and looked at the figure that was carrying the lantern. It looked like a man with a curved spine and long stringy arms. It had long hair that was hanging past its shoulders. For the first time, I could see its face. It was the face of a simple old man, warm and caring, like a grandfather. He said no words but gave me a faint smile and a nod. He raised a finger and pointed to Katie. Understanding, I quickly went over to her. After a moment, she regained consciousness. When she spotted the man, she pulled back in fear, but I told her not to worry. I asked if she could walk, and she nodded. The man carrying the lantern made a follow gesture with his hand and led a path through the woods back to Tower 9. When we emerged from the trees, he stopped and turned to face us once again, despite my dry and hoarse throat. I said thank you. He returned the simple nod and began to head back into the forest. Before he could leave, however, I said sorry, and he stopped briefly. Sorry about Peter, I said. The man turned and gave me a mournful glance before continuing on into the woods, the faint red light disappearing shortly after. We slowly climbed back up into the tower. Not a moment after walking inside, we both collapsed against the wall. We sat together in silence, too tired and sore to move. Katie's voice was trembling as she broke the silence a single time. Thank you, she whispered. I couldn't find my voice to respond. I just held her hand tightly. Katie passed out a few moments later, and I held my notebook in my hands. I was about to start writing, but before I could move my pen, my eyelids began to close, and I fell asleep. I woke up a few hours later. The sunlight was piercing the windows, shining directly into my face. Through my blurred vision, I saw somebody standing in the doorway of the tower. In a panic, I scrambled over and got Katie's shotgun that had been left behind. As I turned to aim it, a voice called out to me, a deep voice telling me to take it easy. In that moment, my vision cleared, and I saw the ranger who had brought us out here. Recognizing him, I dropped the gun and felt tears coming down my eyes. I nudged Katie, who stirred from her sleep and saw him. She was only able to give a weak smile. The man walked up, and his stoic demeanor was flooded with looks of concern and worry. He said he stopped by Tower 7 and 8, and when he found them both empty, he was beginning to fear the worst. He did ask what happened, and we couldn't seem to find the words to answer him. He helped me and Katie to our feet and told us that he was gonna get us out of here. As we walked down from the tower to his truck, I stopped one more time to look at the forest, and then back up to the tower. After getting inside the truck, Katie and I both sat in the back seat. As we drove, the ranger was asking us again what happened. I was thinking carefully. I considered lying to the man because he might think we had gone insane out here. With a heavy sigh, I explained everything to him in detail as I could remember. He didn't say a single word the entire time. He was just driving and listening. Once I finished, he paused for a few moments, then began to speak. He said he's been a ranger out here in these parts for many years. He said he used to hear stories about this place. He said that 80 years ago, there lived a man and his son in a shack in the woods. They were living off the land, off-grid. And then one day, something attacked them in the night. The father watched helplessly as the monster tore his son to pieces. When it turned to the man, he reached for anything to shield himself from the monster's advance. He grabbed a nearby lantern and held it in front of him. The monster recoiled in fear and ran off into the woods. People say that the man, filled with grief over the loss of his son, has been wandering the forest with a lantern, keeping that monster at bay for his son's sake. The ranger said it was just a ghost story that the locals in town like to tell. He said that all his years working out here, he never saw any evidence to these rumors. Well, not until now. I'm currently sitting in a hospital bed writing this out. Katie wasn't nearly injured as I was. After taking some time to think about what the ranger said, I think I'm starting to understand what happened out there. This is just my personal theory, so I don't know for sure, but I think that the man carrying the lantern was keeping an eye on the towers and searching for that monster. When he went over to Tower 7 and Peter shot at him, he ran away or disappeared. With the lantern carrier gone, that allowed the monster to run free throughout the forest. I'm not sure what caused the man with the lantern to come back and help us, but I'm thankful that he did. We most likely wouldn't have survived if it wasn't for him. I'm not sure what that monster was, or where it came from, or why that lantern stopped it. Maybe it thought it was some holy relic, or it most likely just hated fire. Regardless, I just hope to God that no one else ever has to see it for themselves. The ranger stopped by to let me know that he reported Peter missing, and that law enforcement said that they'll be conducting searches for him soon. I hope they find him. I hope he survived somehow, even though in the back of my mind, I know it's unlikely. If any of you come across these logs and find yourselves heading into the woods, maybe for recreation or work, I hope you understand the dangers out here. Be cautious, be vigilant, and be safe. As for me, I'm never setting a single foot inside of a forest ever again. My name is Luke, and this is the final entry for Lookout Tower 8. It's been about 30 years, but they are still listening. They're around us. When I was young, I remember my aunt would burn tobacco, and my grandma said that her father would burn a fire using old rags. One of my tribes used angelica root to burn, but I see many people have forgotten our old ways and use sage and others. An elder of a neighboring tribe told me to hang pepperwood leaves by the doorways, as they are always trying to find a way in. If you're listening to my story, I'm giving you this wisdom so that you can smudge afterwards. Not to water down the effect, but because of what I'm actually going to share with you can cause you harm, as they're always listening. Use a feather or at least your hand. Never blow and you could be adding negative to the smoke. Make sure you open a window so that any negative things and spirits can leave. Smudge yourself good before you go around the house, telling the spirits to leave because they don't belong here. Last, very important, always put the ashes back onto the land. Not to go too much into detail, but you're giving back to the land what you took. It's actually quite disrespectful to just throw it away in the garbage. I lost a cousin to suicide because he couldn't deal with the visitation of evil things. He was a great guy who had a lot of livestock that he cared for. I went to school with him. He was funny and caring. One time, I was riding a horse that was green broke, and it fell and rolled over me. I didn't know he was behind me, but as it happened, he was right there beside me and made sure I was okay. He helped me a lot, especially with handling horses. So I would see him riding his horse in the distance, rounding up his livestock. Little did I know he was having issues. The first incident was when he borrowed his dad's truck and didn't come home like he was supposed to. As he was trying to sneak home by turning off the headlights, he was negotiating a turn which required lights. When he turned them on, he said there were several skinwalkers standing on the side of the road waiting for him. He said he just gunned it home, and they started running after him. He jumped out of the truck and ran inside. Several times he said he was riding his horse and going across the arroyo, which was deep and wide, and they were always there waiting for him. He started drinking heavy because he couldn't deal with it. His parents became Christian and they told him to pray. He tried, but nothing happened. It seemed like he was getting desperate and trying to find a solution from his cousins, but they didn't have any resources or didn't know how to help him. This was in the late 70s, and at that time, nobody really understood depression. They were also drinking heavy because of depression as well. I was just a kid, and since he was older, I thought he was okay. I myself was in a very depressed state due to neglect and drinking at a very early age. For several years, he was at the stage where he started staying in Gallup, walking the streets. He kept selling his livestock until he only had a few left. He would tell my parents how he was just getting visited by skinwalkers. He must have been in his late 20s when he took his life. My grandma said the skinwalkers were looking at him every night. They didn't believe him until the night he shot himself with a rifle. The next day, his mother and father looked under his window and saw a milk crate and several animal tracks leading to the arroyo, turning into human tracks. After he died, the family, not his parents, talked about how it must have been someone who was jealous of him and might have put a curse on him. They believed that the skinwalkers that were after him were hired from other people, feeding off his fear. Unlike typical American stories where skinwalkers are shown as flesh-eating monsters, they are said to live off invoking fear and are actually hired to curse individuals. This, combined with him being open because of depression, created a torment that he couldn't escape from. The tragic end was the result of those fears and the weight of his depression. When the family looked around the area where he had taken his life, they found a small bag that included some weird beads and items that belonged to him, including pieces of his shirt. The only thing that we found out that his parents did mention is that he was having nightmares of where he would wake up and be surrounded by individuals who were covering their faces. However, there was one who wasn't covered, and he said his face was demonic. So a few things I want to say. I didn't really grow up knowing about my roots or my culture. Everything I learned has been from Creator, the land, and other Dinya family members, sharing their stories and wisdom. My parents didn't really teach me that much, as they ended up becoming Christian just like my cousin's parents. But now that I have grown, I would like to help you if you are listening. In the Navajo culture, we know that these things are real. Depression is real, but so are the tricksters. They simply don't just leave forever. The nightmares that he was having were not just simply dreams. We believe and know that when you have dreams like this, it means those skinwalkers were actually around you while you slept. If you dream of being attacked, this means sickness is coming for you. It's important to seek out a medicine man to do a cleansing, to find the issue that's going on. We do ceremonies to get rid of all the bad medicine. The grandma of my cousin believes that if a proper cleansing had been done, maybe he could have found peace. The spiritual and physical world are deeply connected. Recognizing one often requires addressing the other one. Please don't try telling me that he's in a better place. There's a reason why we don't acknowledge the dead or associate ourselves with the Americanized culture surrounding death. I won't go too much into this, as I don't want to draw bad energy into your life. So now, to my story. I haven't even started, but I will make this quick. I started having dreams and nightmares of my cousin, but it wasn't just happy dreams and visions of him, similar to his nightmares, and the weird part is that this was decades after. I'm now married, and even my own children are grown now. I smudged all of us and even the house itself, but this didn't seem to be working at all. Eventually, there was one dream that kickstarted my journey towards seeking guidance. It was a random night just like every night. I knew this wasn't good as some elders in the rest had told me about these things. I was sleeping and in my dream, it felt so real that I had woken up in bed. But as I got up, there were these 3 spirits, or maybe even demons, that looked human. They were standing at the edge of the bed. 3 of them were looking at me. One of them climbed over the bed, and the other 2 went around and they started sticking their hands into my stomach and chest. I could feel the pain, and I would try to wake up, but I couldn't. But then I would realize that I'm not awake, because it would happen again, almost like if I was stuck in a loop. Even my wife heard me yelling for help on one of those situations, and that's when she said that we needed to reach out to one of the elders. One of the local medicine men came by our house, and he basically spent the whole day with us listening and asking questions. At that time I didn't know, but now I know he was basically asking to find out the root, the cause of everything. I even told him about the whole situation of my cousin and what happened. Then he starts looking around the house for anything, and he also asked if I knew of anyone who might be looking to harm me or might be jealous of me. We both tell him no. He starts asking more questions, and he advises that he's gonna perform a group ceremony with other individuals. This does eventually happen, and I won't go too much into detail as these ceremonies are personal journeys for everyone, and what happens in these ceremonies stays in the ceremonies. Afterwards, the medicine man came to our house and started counseling us in the traditional way. He knew I wasn't raised that way, so he advised that I should always seek counsel no matter how old I get, as we're always learning, and they are always watching. As he was getting ready to leave, he said, "Why don't you all have arrows or sticks on the wall?" He then tells us to buy arrows and hang them on the wall. Then to hang your bow in the center of the house away from the door. When this is all done, put the arrow at the doorway pointing towards the door entrance at an angle. The arrows are there to protect you from bad medicine. Make sure they go in the direction of the sun. Do this in every room. The point of this is so that nothing evil comes through your doors while you're sleeping, because if something wants to come in, it will stop, simply because of the arrows that are hanging. Whatever it might be, will be concerned that you are sitting somewhere in the dark, waiting on it to enter, and you have your bow drawn ready to release it. It's also to catch and kill any bad prayer coming to your house. He also said that I invited a bunch of bad energy when I started smudging, as I was doing everything the wrong way, and was actually inviting bad medicine into my life and into my house. He also taught us how to smudge the correct way, just how I explained to you in the beginning. Don't think for a second that just because you YouTube how to smudge the native way, that you are doing it correctly. There are reasons why ceremonies are only conducted by individuals or elders. There are reasons why smudging ties back to where you got the sage from. If it's been blessed by the elders, there is more than just physical activity going on. You must visualize the smoke surrounding and carrying away the negative energy. while you are burning the sage. Just burning it and walking around the home will not clear a place or thing. First of all, smudge yourself before you even enter the home. Burn enough so that there is a good amount of smoke. Enter the home from the left side and complete the entire smudge exiting the home on the right. While smudging, pray and ask the Creator to protect you, your family, and your home. Depression is real, and there are evil people out there that will seek individuals who are struggling with this to send bad medicine their way, possibly even the curse of a skinwalker. If it's still lingering in your home after everything, something negative has latched onto you that doesn't leave because it knows that you like it being around. Basically, that you feel comfortable with it being there. If someone or yourself is bothered by smudging, even more reason to seek a cleansing. This could be depression, addiction, or any past issues. Nobody can control your spirit unless you let them. My cousin couldn't handle the visitation of these things. He didn't seek help or counsel. It's crazy when you think about it. The combination of someone being jealous of him to the point that they would actually go out and cause harm by putting a curse on him is the fucked up nature of the heart of people. Imagine dealing with this shit, with what my cousin was going through, and still having evil, terrible dreams with manifestations of skinwalkers after you all this time. But that's what skinwalkers do. All the BS you hear of skinwalkers this and that, skinwalkers take joy in making your life hell. They're not even gonna eat your face and take your skin. I don't care if you believe in our culture. Words have power that come into existence, and even though my parents are no longer here with me, they did end up becoming fully devout Christians. There is something that sticks with me that they share with me all this time. I believe it came from the Bible that they were reading. I'm not sure where it's at, but I remember my father saying, "The heart is deceitful and desperately wicked above all things." It's true that while people tell you to follow your heart, sometimes the heart is the most evil thing of people, and these things that happen to my cousin can actually happen to anyone, to you, to me, as they are always watching. I'm not gonna make this story so long, so I'm not sure how much to share, but if anyone wants to know more details about me, do let me know. I'm just scratching the surface on the nightmares, and now that I look back, as I'm recounting my life's journey, there are so many other things that happened the way they did, and it all ties back to the situation with my cousin. Look for help, for counsel, if you're dealing with any sort of depression or mental struggles. The enemy is always waiting for any opening around your house, for any exposed area in your life. Whether that's the window remaining a bit open or the door. Close those things in your life. I know it's easier said than done, and it might take some time, but seek help if you need to, as they are always watching and also listening. This story is unfortunately true. I changed names and ages slightly for privacy. I grew up in the Sierra Nevadas. It's a really beautiful part of the world with sprawling pines and plenty of lakes. I wasn't big on camping, but I spent a good chunk of my childhood weekends hiking with family and friends, and also spent many summer days too being on the lake. On the summer that this happened, I was 16, about 10 years ago. Now my cousin Celia had come back from her first year of college, and her boyfriend Jay was visiting to meet her family and friends. Jay, like most visitors, wanted to go on a hike with lake views. Celia and I decided to take him on one of our favorites, a moderate hike through the woods on a gentle incline that peaks in the trees overlooking Lake Tahoe below. Jay had some hiking experience, but it was in less rugged terrain, and we thought this hike would be a fun challenge with the views that he wanted. It's an in and out trail that takes about 2 to 3 hours to the top and 2 to 3 hours back down. There are some smaller trails that branch off and offer steeper inclines, or even ways down towards the lake. The three of us set off on the hike. It was the first Saturday of his visit. The trail isn't the easiest to find, but it's really popular with locals because of the view and general lack of tourists. It was mislabeled on the most popular trails website at the time, so it was hard to find. We passed only a couple of other hikers, mostly granola-type couples with camelback water backpacks, hiking with their dogs. We made it to the top in good time and enjoyed our lunches overlooking the lake. Jay was impressed by the views and spent a lot of time taking pictures. In between selfies and bites of sandwiches, we mostly just relaxed and got to know each other. After about an hour of relaxing, that's when we heard it. A scream in the distance. Specifically, a mountain lion scream. If you never heard a mountain lion scream, it's really unnerving. It sounds a bit like a very loud, terrified woman letting out a blood-curdling shriek of terror. Look it up. It's truly a horrible sound. This was not good, because when a mountain lion screams, it's part of a mating ritual, or two male lions are fighting. Either way, hearing one scream meant there were multiple mountain lions, and pretty close. The bears in the Sierras are softies, but the mountain lions will attack you. They will attack your pets. They've even been known to attack bikers. There's safety in numbers, but even 3 is risky if you're talking about a hungry lion. Jay was really freaked out. There weren't that many big animals roaming around where he's from, and the thought of an animal large and willing enough to eat him was off-putting. Celia and I were alarmed, but not too scared. Between the natural disasters that occurred in the region and the sometimes deadly wild animals that got close to town, we were fairly unshakable. We had seen plenty of bears and snakes on hikes, and sometimes encountering critters is the price that you pay to enjoy the natural beauty. This also wasn't the first time that we heard mountain lions, and we had both seen them before. Of course, mostly from the safety of a cabin or a house. There was also an incident where, as kids, we laid out some expensive steak in my backyard, hoping that a mountain lion would come so that we could take pictures of it. It didn't work, and my mother was unhappy about the steaks. Anyway, Celia and I told Jay that it was fine, but that we need to pack it up and get back down the mountain. We packed up the leftovers of our lunches, and we took off at a faster pace back down the mountain. About 40 minutes into the hike back, Jay realized that he forgot his phone at the lookout in his rush to leave. Of course, after a brief back and forth between Jay and Celia, we decided to go back and get it. Actually, we decided that Celia and Jay would hike back up to retrieve his phone, and I would stay there, on the trail, alone, to warn any other potential hikers that there are lions in the area. I was mostly worried about those hikers with their off-leash dogs, and wanted to prevent a dog from getting mauled to death. This was obviously not ideal for any of us, but it seemed like the best choice at the time. I found a nice rock to sit in the shade, just off the trail, and was going through the pictures we took on my phone and playing Temple Run. There was no cell service or internet, but I knew they were going to be back soon. Celia and Jay had been gone for around 50 minutes when I heard the scream again, and it was hard to tell, but I swear it was closer than before. I started to get pretty nervous. Being in a group is better when dealing with mountain lions, and I felt like I was the perfect bait just sitting there alone in the woods. About 20 minutes after that, I heard the scream again, and there was now zero fucking doubt that it was closer. It sounded like it was coming from up the trail, towards where Celia and Jay would be coming down. Logically, I knew that lions don't scream when hunting. They are actually quiet. If there was a lion stalking me, I wouldn't know it. The screaming actually meant that it was doing something else, something not feeding related. However, knowing this did not make me less nervous. I actually became hyper alert, whipping my head around every time I heard a noise or thought that I saw a flash of movement. I turned my flashlight on even though it was the middle of the day. I got off my rock to stand in the middle of the trail to have visibility up and down, and in the trees on the side of the trail. A couple of minutes after that, I heard it again. It was extremely close. By this time, I had full goosebumps and a pit in my stomach, a complete sense of dread. I looked around and tried to find the best place for me to stand, with my back covered in case of the worst. I decided to wedge myself up against a tree next to the rock that I was sitting on. I had good eyesight up and down the trail still, and into the trees across the trail. I continued scanning around, focusing my eyes where I thought the screams were coming from. Suddenly, I saw something, standing still, 20 feet up the trail. It was a man. He was completely naked. He was filthy. He was dirty. He was skinny. And he was just standing there, looking at me. I didn't even hear him come up. I know this sounds cliche, but it really was like he appeared out of nowhere, especially since I was just focused on looking for a lion. If you don't know where you're going, it's easy to get lost in the woods around there. The weather can change quickly, and people panic and get more lost in their attempts to find their cars. It doesn't take long, being alone, lacking food and water, in the wilderness, to make people confused, a little crazy. My first thought was that this man was most likely a lost hiker, and judging by how dirty he was, he had been lost a long time. He needed help. I heard cases about people with hypothermia stripping all of their clothes off, and maybe that's what happened here. Now, this was during summer. There's no way that this could happen in July, but that didn't occur to me until later. I started walking towards him, asking if he's okay. As I'm walking, I get this feeling of something being wrong. I'm not sure how to describe it, but my feeling is dreadful. The hair stood up on my neck. I stopped in my tracks, maybe about 15 feet away now, and had the overwhelming feeling to run away. It felt wrong, and he also looked wrong in a way that I can't even explain. Instead of wanting to help him, I was now terrified. I asked again if he's okay, and he looked at me. Then he opened his mouth wide and screamed. Not a normal scream. He screamed just like the mountain lion, a high-pitched scream, a shriek that made my blood run cold. It occurred to me that we were most likely hearing him the whole time. It was the single most terrifying thing I ever seen. I was so scared that I started screaming too. I was getting ready to run away down the trail, but I also didn't want to turn my back on him. Suddenly, he closed his mouth, turned around, and ran into the woods very quickly. He disappeared into the trees, but that feeling of everything being wrong was still with me. I felt like I was going to throw up. I considered running down the trail to get away, but I decided to wait for Celia and Jay, who arrived within 10 to 15 minutes. I told them what happened, and we decided to call in to the rangers when we got service. Celia and I had seen some odd things in our lives. Her more than me, but she turned white as a ghost when I told them what happened. I guess they didn't hear anything on the way down. I always been disturbed since the incident. Did I see a mentally ill lost hiker who maybe needed my help? Or did I see something else? Celia insisted it was a skinwalker or something similar. Something mimicking the call of a mountain lion and stalking us down the mountain. It's been a long time. I'm doing alright. I don't go hiking that much anymore, especially in that part of the country. The rangers did ask me to describe him, and despite staring at him from fairly close, I couldn't tell them his eye color or facial features. He was tan, and with some dirty blonde or brown hair, and his face was just sort of weird shape. He also didn't have that much of a beard, and you would think that someone in that condition would have one. To be honest, it was just how still he was that seemed wrong. I don't want to say unnaturally still, but that's what comes to mind. And no, I never heard from the rangers. They said they would check my description against missing hikers. I also think he ran away extremely fast for anyone, much less a dehydrated and mentally ill hiker. I'm not sure what we saw. If anyone knows what this could have been, let me know your thoughts. Be safe when you go hiking. This story happened just this summer. I'm only now getting around to writing everything down. I would consider myself an outdoors man. I grew up in the quote-unquote sticks. I spent a lot of my time wandering in and enjoying the backcountry. I'm older now and have settled down in the suburbs. A wife, 2 boys, a house, and a dog. A job in a cubicle, the whole suburban shit. I want opportunities for my kids that come from a suburban life, but I also want them to grow up with an appreciation for the outdoors. So when my oldest son was big enough for his first father-son camping trip, I was excited. My wife and younger son stayed home for this summer trip. I know it was going to be a great bonding experience for me and my son. Because my son is just 5, I didn't want to do anything too extreme on our first big solo camping trip. We needed a place that wasn't too deep into the Colorado Front Range. We needed a place that wasn't too deep, but still allowed for dispersed camping. I don't consider camping in RV parks or established campgrounds to be actual camping. You might as well be at a motel watching TV. Camping at most is a tent, a sleeping bag, and a fire. There was a dispersed camping area that caught my attention. I had never been to this area before. There were no facilities and it was dispersed enough you couldn't see or hear other campers nearby. My son and I had a blast that day. We set up camp, collected firewood, we went hiking, we saw a moose and a bobcat. We did try a little fishing, and finally, as the sunlight faded, we returned to our campsite to light a fire. We had a traditional and nutritious camping meal of fire-burned hot dogs and marshmallows. Definitely making some good memories for both my son and me. The perfect first camping experience for a preschooler. At least, that's what I was thinking. After all that fun, my son and I were exhausted. It was time for bed. The sound of the summer breeze through the pines is better than any commercial sleep aid. I don't remember drifting off, but it was one of those hard dreamless sleeps that only being physically exhausted can bring. One thing about my son is that he got many things from me. Hair color, eye shape, but one thing that he got from his mom was sleep talking. It's not strange to hear him having full conversations in his sleep, but it gets more pronounced when he's really tired. But something woke me up from my void of sleep. Not sure what woke me up, but I sat up collecting myself. The world seemed to be at peace. It was quiet, just me and the breeze through the treetops. I couldn't figure out what woke me up out of nowhere, but that's when the sound of my son, laughing in his sleep, cut through my groggy state. It was a deep belly laugh. Man, it must have been a fun dream, I thought to myself. Gently rocking him was enough to quiet him down. That must have been what startled me, I thought. As I repositioned to fall back to sleep, my son bursted out laughing. I sighed and closed my eyes. He'll quiet down soon enough, I thought. But he laughed again, except this time, his laugh was echoed by something outside of our tent. I held my breath and listened, unsure of what I just heard. It wasn't an echo. There was something out there, and it was laughing in unison with my son. My grogginess was replaced by the adrenaline as it began to pump. It couldn't be real. It had to be my imagination. I sat up in my sleeping bag listening to the night, hearing nothing. After a minute, I felt my body relaxing. I started to settle back down. I must have been hearing things. I was exhausted after all. Checking the time, I saw it was 4 a.m. The sun would be up in a couple of hours. That's when my son laughed again. And again, it was answered with some laughing outside. I was now sure it was not an echo, as I was trying to make sense of what was happening. That's when the voice outside, called out my son's name. My blood ran cold. That voice, it was so familiar. Then it clicked in my brain. It was the voice of my younger son. But that wasn't at all possible. He was safe at home with my wife, miles and miles away. That's when I started to hear twigs crunching beyond our tent. It was impossible to tell the distance from us, but there was definitely something out there, circling our tent. Then, I heard it call out my son's name in that little toddler voice. My 5-year-old son, who was still fast asleep, called out to his brother, asking him to play. The thing outside the tent laughed in reply, and it urged my son to come outside. That thing with my little son's voice sounded cold. It sounded hollow, dead. The floodgates of my adrenaline burst open. Cold sweat formed on my face. I was scared out of my mind, but my primal caveman brain roared to life. I was in Papa Bear mode. Nothing was going to take or hurt my son. I was going to put a stop to this. Whatever was out there, I didn't care. You don't mess with my children. Say what you will, but when you're camping miles from anything, it's not worth the risk of being unarmed. Wild animals, even people, you have to be ready for. I always take a gun with me when I'm camping. Pepper spray and bear bells are great, but nothing gets attention from a threat faster than the sound of chambering around. I spoke loud into the night that I had a gun and was coming out. I hoped the fear in my voice was masked by my aggressiveness. The only reply was to breeze through the treetops. My son was still asleep, and my wife and I had joked that he could sleep through a tornado. Stepping out into the cool summer night, a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other, I surveyed the campsite. The fire was down to embers. Our fishing gear was leaning against the pickup. The firewood was still neatly stacked. Nothing seemed out of place. Not wanting to stray far away from the tent or from my son, I sat down outside the entrance. I waited in the dark with the flashlight off, and not far into the trees, I heard a branch break, then another one, except this time it was closer. I stood up and flashed my light in the direction of the sound, but nothing was there. The voice called out, this time from behind, and this time focused towards me. Daddy, Daddy. It was my youngest son's voice again, crying out for me from the dark forest. I threw the light beam from where it was coming from, and that's when I saw a pair of shimmering green eyes, illuminated by my flashlight. They were only 2 or so feet above the ground, the same height as my youngest. I took a small step towards it. The eyes, unblinking, remained in place. Getting closer didn't help reveal this thing. It almost seemed to absorb the light from my flashlight, almost like it was devouring it, almost like a black hole. I couldn't make out its size, or shape, or color. It seemed to swallow up all the light around it, except for those 2 green eyes. That's when this thing started laughing its toddler's voice, this time with malice. And the eyes never looked away from me, never blinking, focused only on me. Not wanting to give up any ground, I stepped towards it again, and it didn't move. Not knowing what to do, I screamed as loud as I could. I started to wave my arms to scare it away. The eyes then shimmered, and as I stared back, the eyes shifted from green to amber. That's when they started to rise up into the air. I now knew that this thing had been crouching and was now standing up. I could only watch in fear as the eyes finally stopped rising, nearly 10 feet off the ground. The night air erupted with a deep growl. I could feel all the vibrations inside of me. I couldn't see a mouth, but I could hear teeth snapping. That's when my son in the tent behind me began to scream. And that was the only time the eyes lost focus on me and shifted towards the screams of my son. My only reaction was to fire my gun into the air. I did, and that's when the eyes quickly vanished. My ears were ringing, but I could hear the growls turn to shrieks, followed by the sounds of crashing branches and undergrowth. I stood there until I couldn't hear the shrieking anymore. It went deep into the trees. I was left with only the sound of the breeze in the treetops and the quiet sobbing of my child. Twilight was beginning to illuminate the forest. Shaking and being exhausted, I sat down in the dirt in front of the tent, and I tried to collect myself. "Daddy, where are you?" My kid was shouting. That got me out of my daze. I picked myself up and went into the tent to retrieve him. Putting him in the truck, I locked the doors and wasted little time breaking down camp. We were out of that camp and back on the road by the time the sun started to break. I have no idea what that thing was. I do plan to camp in that area again, without my family, and definitely with some friends. I want to find out more about this thing. Thankfully, my son doesn't seem fazed by anything that happened that night. Thinks I was chasing a bear away from camp, and maybe he's right. Well, I hope he is. My son can't wait to go on another camping trip, but truthfully, I'm thinking the next family camping trip might be at an RV park, or even a motel. I mean, be considered family camping, right? I live on a 13-acre land, where the suburbs turn to farmland. My parents live in the main house, near the road, while my fiance and I converted one of the barns on the back half of the property into our house. Our house and another barn are set in a pretty wide clearing, but beyond that, we're surrounded by woods on 3 sides. All of this to say that we don't get many visitors out here. From the time we moved into the house almost a year ago, there have been some situations where I get this unexplained feeling of fear while I'm outside at night. I lived in the woods my whole life, including places far, far more remote than this. But I have never had this feeling before. The woods are home, and every other place I lived they felt like my woods. But not here. I had the feeling that I'm trespassing on someone else's land. Someone who is not happy to have me here. The other night I took my dog out for his last walk. It was around 11 p.m., so it was pitch black outside the ring of light that was casted by the floodlights on the side of the house. As I was walking towards the edge of the tree line, where my dog does his business, I heard a sound like someone imitating the sound of an owl, coming from the direction of the other barn, about 30 yards away to our right. I was so sure it was a human making the noise that I called out. "Ha, very funny, Dad. I assumed it was my father closing up the barn for the night, and he was taking the opportunity to try to scare me." But no one called back. It was at this point that my dog lifted his head from sniffing all over and froze, staring towards the barn. His hair stood up along his spine, and he started giving a low, menacing growl. Now this dog is obsessed with all people and animals. Everyone is a friend waiting to be made, and I've never seen him this aggressive towards anything, even other dogs that have tried to fight him. My dad especially is his favorite person on the planet, so there's no way he would have started growling towards him. Now, it was my turn for all the hair on my neck to stand up, as a cold wave of fear hit me like a brick. My dog had stopped right at the edge of where the light met the darkness of the woods. Normally, the light gradually fades into the trees, still providing enough sight to see the outline of trees and shrubs, but this time, it ended with a solid wall of black. Suddenly, I heard that same fake sound, the sound of an owl, from only a few feet away, just on the other side of the darkness. My dog jumped and started barking, putting himself between me and the sound. He's only a little guy, so I darted towards him, scooped him up, and took off running towards the house. Behind me, I heard the sound again, but this time, it had a strange warble to it, almost like it was laughing. The next morning I went out to check on the barn. I found the doors had been partially broken off the slide and were swung past each other the wrong direction, like someone had tried to force them open the wrong way. There were no signs of footprints in the sawdust or dirt, or any other signs of an intruder. I have no idea what was out there that night, but I will say, my dog and I stay well within the floodlights when we go out, after dark now. I have several nephews, but these two specifically were herding sheep for our grandparents. They were on their summer break and complaining of nothing to do. So my brother dropped them off and told them to help Grandma and Grandpa and learn how to work. Well, back in my day, I herded sheep and also heeded warnings, especially the ones about staying away from an area. So they herd sheep and curiosity got the best of them. It didn't help any when their friend lived close by. Most of the time the sheep wore water at a nearby windmill, so just to see what they could get away with, they told their grandparents that the windmill was not producing any water. There was a pond near the mountain where we were warned to stay away from. Grandma and Grandpa told them to take the sheep to the pond and to get back right away, so they swore they would be back ASAP. They were excited, but they walked slowly and trying not to show it. As soon as they walked over the hill, they decided to take their friend with them, so they played along the way. It took at least 2.5 hours to get there. The sheep drank water and started resting under some greasy wood. That's when they started saying, "Let's go up there and see what everyone is so scared of." They started crawling and got almost to the top, but they wanted to check out the black smudge they saw from afar as they were bringing the sheep to the water. They walked over a ways and saw that it was a cave. They talked about whether they should check out the cave. Of course, the older nephew was just wanting to see what was inside. They walked in and noticed that the cave went further back. His friend and little brother didn't want to go any further, and they told him to go ahead. He started walking further in, and it started getting smaller to the point where there was only a crawl space. He got down on his knees and started crawling. As he was going further back, he noticed that the cave walls had handprints in reddish brown. He said there were also fragments of bones on the floor of the cave. It was getting darker as he went further than he remembered. It was getting darker as he went further in. Then he remembered he had a lighter on him. He crawled a little bit further and the tunnel gave way where he touched the floor and could stand. As he looked around, there was even more smear handprints, bigger bones scattered everywhere. He said the smell was very, very terrible, almost like rotting roadkill. He also said there were a lot of beads and different types of skins. He went a little further in around a bend, and that's when he saw the worst thing you could imagine. It was the body of a young girl. He took a closer look and he said the flesh was torn out like the way a dog eats. He started shaking really bad, and he went back around the bend. That's when he heard them shouting, telling him to get out. They were saying that they're coming. He crawled out the cave just in time to see some vehicles coming to the mountain. He noticed it was dusk and they just had enough time to crawl behind some bushes. They cowered low and saw some old men and women, along with young women and men. What astounded him was that there were boys as old as he was. When it seemed like they were in the clear, they got down as fast as they could and started running as fast as they could. That's when my nephews remembered the sheep, but by this time it was dark. They were too scared to look for them. As they got closer to home, they saw that the sheep were barely walking. Before they got home, they all promised they wouldn't tell anyone about what transpired among them. Later that night, the older nephew got really sick. They took him to the hospital, and he stayed there for a couple of days. He was getting bad nightmares until he couldn't stand it any longer. So he ended up telling his parents. They had a ceremony for him which lasted 2 days. 2 missionaries started coming around, and they came on a constant basis. The boys got comfortable with them, and they told him their experience. One of the missionaries got in his head that he had to see it. Well, he did. and he ended up getting really sick, to the point where he had to end this mission and go home. I heard later on that he died. I'll have to finish the story some other time. The sun is starting to go down. I truly do believe that they can listen. They can track you down and do evil things to you. So this is the only inner woods experience that I really ever had. I ended up moving to Ohio the other summer just to live at this community art house. It was pretty cool in its heyday, but the rooms barely get rented now. I'm personal friends with the owners, so I was offered a permanent residency, provided that I help maintain the property. So I ended up moving. The house was big. It was an old Victorian style home that they converted into their charity house. The house itself was 4 stories with a huge wraparound porch that was built on top of one of the highest peaks in the town, the Ohio Valley. Now this house, even though it was greatly remodeled from its original condition, it still required a lot of renovations. The only way to enter was through the back door, through the garden, up a flight of stairs that would take you to the 2nd story of the house. When you entered through the 2nd story, you would come into this narrow dark hallway that had painted maroon ceilings. This floor had the kitchen and 4 other rooms that were turned into sewing rooms, printing rooms, and other workshops, workspace rooms. By the kitchen, there was a stairway that brought you down into the 1st floor. The 1st floor was converted into gallery rooms. There was also access to the front porch, but we barely went out there because it was pretty unstable. Half of the 1st floor was converted into a personal apartment that they were hoping to rent out. This floor also had access to the basements where they had a dark room, some screen printing machines and all that kind of stuff. The old bathroom walls were torn down, so the toilet was exposed too. Nobody used it, but it still looked used if you get what I mean. The basement had outdoor access but no lock, and my friend's mom even warned me to barricade it at night to prevent intruders. On the 2nd floor, right beside the stairwell, was a closet-looking door that led up to the attic. Behind this narrow door was a beautiful wooden stairwell that wrapped upwards to a hall with 5 bedrooms. When I was moving in, 2 of the bedrooms had been rented out. I was offered the apartment on the 1st floor, but it was kind of creepy down there, so I moved into the room in the attic. One guy is a 23-year-old poet. He seemed pretty cool. We hit it off pretty well. All of his favorite stories were about, well, let's say rated R, but whatever. You know, people like what they like. The other was a 19-year-old girl. She was pretty quiet. She seemed pretty polite and mature for her age. She was also a pretty conservative girl for her age. I thought she was cute anyways. The poet said that he thought something was off about her. Anyways, right across the street from this house was the town cemetery. The cemetery had a zigzag road that went about 2 miles up the side of a mountain. I went hiking to the top by myself one day to take a look at the valley. One side overlooked the town, but when you turned around, there was a large building and some dense woods. I noticed a dirt trail in between a couple of trees. At first, I thought it was private property because it looked close to the building, but I didn't see any signs against it. The path looked pretty well walked and just off grid. I walked towards the path, and then this bulldozer appeared from what I thought was a dead end or a driveway. I walked near a ledge to see that they were making new roads in the mountainside. The dozer just popped up from a hidden hill. The driver stops and looks over at me. Howdy. I was kind of shocked that he stopped to say hi. I thought I was in trouble for trespassing. I then say, "Hey, I'm sorry, was I trespassing?" "Not that I'm aware of," he says. Well, the road looks great so far. Do you know if it's open to the public? I don't see any signs or ropes around." The driver looked at me and smirked as if he thought that I was trying to be a smartass. He then said, "I guess as long as you don't get in our way, I suppose you're free to use the trails, but I recommend that you come back with a friend. There are creatures out in these parts." I then think to myself, why did you say creatures? I then try holding a longer conversation to find out more, but he just starts dozing away. As I'm watching him drive off, this old man on a lawnmower rides up beside me. I thought he'd try to say hello, but he couldn't even hear me with the dozer so close to us. I then say, "Howdy." He looks at me, smirks and says, "You're not from around here, are you?" I then say, "What gave me away?" He then grinned a wise, toothless grin and said, "Well, your shoes and your hair look too nice to be working out in the sun. You must be from the city." I then say, "You got me there. I'm actually from Chicago." He then said, "Ah, that's right. A big city talker. So you don't know anything about these woods, huh? Just be careful out there. We got a lot of creatures out and about. And you got yours too, I'm sure." I then said, "So I heard. What kind of creatures are out this way?" He then says, "Well, Sonny, I've been living around these parts for my entire life, and there are things that I can explain, and things that I can't explain. As far as you going hiking, I just warn you to stick to the roads if you don't have a friend, and watch out for snakes and wolves." He rambles on for a bit, but I'm not in a hurry, so I'll let the man speak for a bit longer. He then mentions, "I was also best friends with the man whose house you're staying in. He's buried around here too. I like to think that I'm still around for him, looking out for him." This kind of creeped me out that he knew the house I came from, considering that I didn't see him on my way up, nor did I mention anything about where I was staying. He then says, "Anyways, I'll let you choose your path, young man," and he just starts going down the mountainside. I decided not to take the trail right away since there were plenty of daylight hours to burn, so I headed back down to the house to see if any other residents would be up for a hike, because apparently I'm gonna die in the woods. Why be alone, right? I don't see the girl around, but then I asked the poet if he would be up for it because he seemed like the fit type anyways. He was reading a book and said that he wasn't in the mood, which I actually understood and was kind of expecting. And then I turned around to see the girl standing in the doorway to the attic. "I'll go with you," she says. The poet puts down the book he was reading and looks up. She then says, "This house is too quiet for me. It'll be nice to get out." The poet then jumps up. "Yeah, what a great idea. Let's do it. We can pack the bags and get some rope and see how extreme we can get out in these woods." I then start to think, is he trying to come off like he proposed the idea? But whatever, I'm just happy to have people come along. I get some rope, some gloves, some snacks, and anything we might need to get ready for this venture. And this whole time this poet guy is trying to hit on this clearly uninterested girl. It's about 3 o'clock when we head up to the cemetery road again. We reached the top at around 4, and it seemed that the maintenance workers were gone for the evening. The girl notices the buildings as we get closer to them. "Are you sure we can be here? Isn't this property private?" I then say, "I talked with a couple of guys earlier. They said everything was fine." We get closer to the hidden path that I noticed from before. I then say, "Here, this way." The poet looks at me like I'm crazy and says, "Dude, I don't think the lady wants to get tangled in shrubs. We should just take the road." The girl turned around, visibly angry, and said, "I can speak for myself, and I'm not afraid of any little dirt road." The poet then just grumbles. We get to what I thought was the entrance to a long trail, but it was just a dirt clearing maybe 5 feet long between some trees. I then say, "That's weird. I thought the trail was longer." The poet guy then says, "Your trail is nothing. Let's go back to the real trail before we get ticks." The girl then stands on the edge of the dirt path and points ahead. Do you guys see that? I walk over to her and notice that even though the dirt trail ends, there's a significant clearing in the woods. Many trees have been taken down. I didn't question it. I figured it was just Ohio industry, but there was a clear path, so we chose to follow it. The other guy then starts bitching. The girl is just quietly observing. I'm leading us when I stop to make a remark. "Wait, before we get too far into this, we should mark some trees. That way, we know how to get back out." I took out my knife and marked an X on every few trees that we passed. I made sure all the ones I carved were sturdy growing trees. We move around these woods for about half a mile when we start to see rooftops. As we got closer, we began to see the top of another town. As we get closer to the ledge, we noticed a different, visibly walked path that was still hidden behind the trees, high up in the mountain, but standing from it, you could see the houses pretty well. I remember looking down for a moment and noticing that one of the closer homes had a light on. As I was staring, a naked woman passed by and closed the window and pulled her curtains. I got the most uncomfortable feeling ever. The girl then says, "Wow, look at this view. I wonder if anybody knows about this path up here." The guy then says, "So are we gonna stick with this one? Or are we heading back up through the mountain?" No one else was creeped out about this weird hidden trail, so I marked an X at the point that we found the path from the woods, and we continue onward. It's about 5:30, and the sun is beginning to go down. We had followed this walking path for about an hour or so when I crossed my X again. I then say, "Hey, look at this, y'all," and I point down. The poet guy rages, "Are you kidding me? We've been walking around in a circle for more than an hour. Screw you, man. This whole thing is done." The poet guy then leaves and heads back up the mountain towards the spot where we came from. I honestly don't care at this point, and I just turn to the girl. "What do you suppose we do?" She's still overlooking the town from this path. She then says, "It's like you can watch the whole world, and they don't even know that somebody is watching them." The tone in her voice really creeped me out, and her voice was deeper sounding than what I remember. But again, she barely even spoke at all. I then say, maybe we should follow him back up the mountain. And that's when she turned her head in the weirdest way I ever seen. She then says, "If that's what's gonna make you feel safe." I'm seriously starting to get creeped out, and I just decided to book it up the mountain without her approval. I'm on all fours scouting up this mountain path. I'm not sure why, but I start to feel this urge to just rush out of there so fast. There was some sort of feeling inside of me that was telling me that I was in danger. I then run up to a point where I feel like I'm hanging off the side. I look down for a moment and see the top of the girl's head, and suddenly, she turns her head and screams at me. I swear, it looked like she had some pointed teeth or fangs or something. I'm nearly pissing myself at this point, and I'm just trying to scale over to another ledge. I'm able to pull myself off with the help of a fallen tree limb. I look over the ledge that I climbed up for a second to catch my breath, and I don't see her anymore. I yelled the poet's name, and I didn't get a reply. I looked down at the tree that helped me escape. It also had an X. I then say, "Fuck this," so I start running up the thing as fast as I can until I reach a flat patch in the forest where I can just run. I then see this clearing between the trees. I walk this path until I hit a dead end. I look down and notice the 5-foot dirt path. I overshot it a bit when I was panicked. But whatever, I'll just climb down. I pull out my rope and find a tree to tie down and scale down. As I'm about to scale down, a hand covers my mouth from behind and pulls me back behind a tree. It's the poet guy. He's all cut up. He has marks all over him. He's covered in blood and dirt and everything else. I know I looked a little beat up too, but he looked like he was all jacked up. He had a black eye and everything. He put his finger over his mouth and pointed down. I turned around to look down the path again. The girl was there, without a single mark on her. She stood on the path completely still for about 2 minutes. Then, she screamed again, but this time, it was terrifying. She began to I don't know, shake or move weird for 30 seconds before she turned still. She turned to face the woods again. "I'll meet both of you back at home." And then she walked out into the clearing and down the trail. We waited for about 5 minutes before heading down and out. We made it back to the cemetery around 7, and the man that I came across was there. And he said, "I'm glad you took my advice. and brought a friend. The poet guy and I headed back to the house, and the girl wasn't there. We decided to check her room, and it looked like nobody was living there. It's almost like somebody had just never unpacked, or just didn't have anything with them. It was empty. What didn't sit well with us was that he said she had lived here when he got here, and she was always kind of disappearing, going out late. So we kind of wonder if she did this to other people. The poet guy just up and left town the next day. I stayed in Ohio for about a month or so. I eventually asked my friends who owned the house about the residents for that week, and she told me that the poet guy and I were the only people staying that she knew about. I don't fully understand what happened in the forest, or in that house, or who she was or anything, but for the rest of my time there, the rest of that month, I just couldn't do anything without feeling like somebody or something was watching me. So I have the story of when I had to travel to Nevada for family stuff, and this was in March or April of 2019. I just got my license then too, and I had to travel with my dad's side of the family near the national forest. My dad's brother had unfortunately passed away, so we were going for a funeral. My uncle lived in the middle of nowhere, no neighbors or anything, and my father ended up getting a rental car. So the day after we arrived, we wanted to get takeout, but the closest place was forever away, but I was that hungry. So my dad gave me the keys to the rental. It was a 2017 Honda Civic, and it was about 9 p.m. when I left. It takes about 15 minutes to get to the place, but I was craving pizza that bad. Around 10 p.m., I was driving down the road with nothing but woods surrounding me. I was listening to music, but it was pretty low, and suddenly I got a horrible feeling, like a really bad pain in my stomach, and just a general uneasiness. That's when the feeling of being watched came over me. I'm not sure how, as I'm going 60 miles per hour on a road with no other cars in sight. I looked in my rearview mirror, and immediately I saw something running behind my car right in front of the trees. I couldn't see it that well, but it was keeping up with me, and it looked to be at least 7 feet tall. I had already heard the stories about these things, about the skinwalkers and such, so I had a general idea what it was, and I put the pedal to the metal. I'm now riding 80 plus, and the thing is still keeping up with me. I didn't know what to do, so I just pressed even more and went faster. Right as I stopped and looked around, I was way up the road, and it was gone. I felt like pissing my pants. I was paralyzed with fear. I was too scared to start driving again, but too scared to sit there. I saw something about 10 feet into the woods, and in that moment of not thinking straight, I turned off the music and rolled down the windows. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see a silhouette running away from me. There were no footsteps, but I could hear branches being broken and leaves being crushed. I floored it to the pizza place. I got in there and bought my pizza. I was pale as the white Civic that I was driving. The cashier asked me if I was okay. I said that something was chasing me. I straight up told her what happened. She said it happens semi-often. Most people just simply ignore it. She asked me if I was from around here. I told her that I came to visit some family. She said that if I saw it again on the way back, just act like it isn't there. And I'm thinking, how the hell am I supposed to do that? On the drive back, I was so scared, but I didn't see it on the way to the house. I told my dad and my uncle's wife about it. My dad thought that I was just BSing or being paranoid. He doesn't believe in supernatural stuff. My uncle's wife then interrupted him and said that actually around here, it's pretty common. But even then, my dad wasn't sure. She told us stories of encounters that she has had. As I was going to my room, she asked me a question. She said if anything sounds strange or seems off, to please tell her. Well, my first thought was that this shit wasn't over yet. So at about 3 a.m., I was sleeping in the guest bedroom on the second floor, and that's when I started hearing faint noises from the woods. Even though I was still scared, I told myself it was most likely just foxes or some random wildlife. The noises became louder as time went on. There was a screech every 10 to 20 seconds. I've been hunting a lot where I live in North Carolina, and it's definitely not a fox or anything. When the screeching got loud enough to interrupt my attempts to sleep, it stopped. The house got real quiet. No crickets, no owls, nothing. Suddenly, I heard a rabbit squeal and a couple of squirrels chirping. My window was slightly open as the heat in my room was unbearable, and I couldn't turn it down. I thought it was most likely a fox or a wolf hunting rabbits, but then I heard a noise. I have no way to describe it, but it sounded like someone just smacking raw meat against their hand that's full of ranch dressing. I was getting myself ready to be terrified again. I grabbed my flashlight and slowly crept my way to the window. I wanted to get a good look at whatever it was. If it was what I feared, I was gonna spring as fast as I could into my uncle's wife's room. I have no idea what force compelled me to peer down into the backyard. As I looked down, I saw, quite possibly, my worst nightmare. A gray figure, with a deer-like head hunched over a gore fest of a rabbit. I didn't know rabbits even had that much blood in them. The dude was just sticking his fingers into its guts and licking the blood off its fingers. About 2 seconds after I got the light on, he gave me an evil stare. However, its eyes were completely black. Not even a reflection of the light from my flashlight. I was paralyzed with fear. He stood up slowly, and I got a better look at him. It was about 7 feet tall, very thin, matted down fur all over the place with certain pieces gone. All this time he was just staring at me. His face looked like a pale deer head, with large pieces of flesh missing. It opened its mouth, but there was no sound that came out. That's when I started getting a headache. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. That's when my eyes started to fade, and eventually, everything was blurry except for the creature and my hands. I finally screamed. Right as it came out, I fell over and I passed out. As I was falling, I could just barely see him run off at breakneck speed. My dad and uncle's wife ran into the room. I don't remember anything after this. But when I spoke up, apparently all I did was stare and point to where it was standing. The remains of the rabbit were still there. The next day, I told my dad that I didn't really want to be here anymore. My uncle's wife told me that she was gonna get some stuff and leave. She came back with some spices or something. She spread them around outside and burned some kind of herbs. But it wasn't sage, not that I know of. She said it most likely won't come back anymore. The rest of the trip went by without any issues. However, I was freaked out the whole time. Apparently, she wanted me to come back in a few months. She said something about this thing, that it damages her property non-stop, and that I might have something to do with it. Fuck this, I guess. My story involves myself and 3 of my really good friends throughout my whole childhood. I will have them go by Kevin, Ryan, and Tommy, which I'm still good friends with to this day. I wouldn't be able to write this story without their help, their consent, and their experiences as well. Everything about this is real, and there is nothing made up in any way, regardless of whether we have been seeing things or not. The truth is that we experienced something very horrifying one night at my friend Kevin's cabin. We thought about actually sharing this or not, afraid of being made fun of. But we are ready to share it with the community. You had to be there to experience it. One of my friends actually suffered a nervous breakdown after the incident and needed counseling. I do want to let you know that I've always been a skeptic of the paranormal, and I find it very hard to believe in many aspects. But I love to watch, listen, and read about it simply because I always love to have an open mind in life. An open mind, in my opinion, is a growing one. Whether this was paranormal or not, someone was there that night. During midsummer, around the middle of July, my good friends, whom I mentioned earlier, and I would always make time to go up to one of my friend's family cabin way up north in the forest of Minnesota. Ever since we were kids, we would always go, always joined by my friend's dad, Kevin's dad, who owned the cabin, and sometimes a few of our fathers as well. Once we were juniors in high school, we felt mature and old enough to go to the cabin on our own. Finally, without Kevin's dad or any other adult supervision. I would like to mention a little information about my friend's cabin to actually help you picture the scenario. My friend's cabin is very remote and very small, sitting on a very big island. Other cabins were on the island, but the next one closest to us was about a quarter or half a mile away at least, which you could get to by taking a man-made path around the island. I want to mention that to get to my friend's cabin, you had to park on a gravel road on the opposite side of the lake, as his cabin was on an island, and take the boat across the lake about a half a mile to reach the cabin. I'm telling you, the lake is huge. My mind always had a tendency to run wild when sleeping there at night. The cabin was all one level with only 2 bedrooms next to one another, a kitchen living room connected, and a bathroom in the back of the cabin. Where you slept in the cabin, there was always at least one window in each room with no curtain at all, so it was very easy to see outside to the woods and lake. This is where my mind would go, as I always thought someone was looking in. Of course, nobody ever was. I had been to this cabin a dozen times throughout my lifespan, and nothing had ever happened. And the older I got, the easier it was to sleep. Now, for the actual event, we would stay a week's worth or 4 or 5 nights. On the 3rd night during the trip, we were there on our own finally. We had set up a campfire and had been drinking beer all night. I don't condone underage drinking, by the way. We just happened to sneak some being the rebels that we were. We went out to his dock to gaze up at the stars and enjoy the buzz, when all of a sudden, we heard something towards the water. It sounded like a fish was jumping out to catch a bug. We quickly looked out the lake with curiosity, wondering where the splash came from. Thankfully, the moon was out that night, which actually helped light up the lake. Otherwise, it would be dark as black with there being no city lights for miles upon miles, and we wouldn't have been able to see anything on the lake. Then, that's when my friend Ryan began to point out, and he said, what the hell is that? After looking closely and finally spotting what he was pointing at, all I can describe it as is that it simply looked like a head out in the middle of the lake, just floating around, staring at us. The distance was about 3/4 of a football field from the lake to the dock. There is no question that I could see its features. It had long black hair and very pale skin like a face, but I couldn't make out the eyes, the mouth, the nose, or the chin, as if it was just a blob of pale skin with long black hair over it. I'll never forget the feeling that came over me. The hairs on my legs, neck, and arms all stood up, and I became paralyzed on the inside, ready to leave that moment. But we told ourselves it was just a loon, as the birds are very active on the lake and do their hunting pretty late, and they also have black and white colors on their coats and hunt by diving deep into the water. So it was possible that a loon all of a sudden popped up in the water after hunting a bit, or at least we tried to talk ourselves into that scenario. All of us started having the creeps and noticing it wasn't moving one bit. It seemed like it was just standing in place. We went back to our campfire. We got it brighter and headed inside to drink more. I would like to mention that there was a staircase outside my friend's cabin about 8 stairs in length down to the bottom, where the fire pit and the dock was. We soon forgot about the head with the help of the beer. That's until I had to use the bathroom really bad, and the one inside was preoccupied. I just went outside to do my business since we were in the great outdoors. As I was using it and glancing out at the beautiful moonlit lake, I noticed that the black circle object was still there, but it seemed to be 30 yards closer now, still looking as if it was staring right at me. Now, I could see the nose on this thing's face. Again, it was very pale, like it hadn't seen the sun for years. A very, very uneasy feeling came over me, and I quickly went inside. I told my other friends to come outside and look, keeping my eyes glued to it at the door to the cabin. We came outside to see, and it was still there looking at us. It seemed like this head was corked up at us, with its chin in the air. Nobody dared to go down to the dock anymore, and we all quickly went back inside, ruling out that it was most likely not a loon, because a loon wouldn't be in the same water spot. Eventually, the current would have drifted it somewhere else in a rocking manner. For a loon to stay in the same spot for almost an hour or two made no sense to any of us. This head-like object was stiff as a board, and it wasn't moving a single muscle, just staring up at us from the dock instead. There was also no ripple effect at all in the lake by where this object was at. We said it was just a log and went back inside. I could tell that everyone else was creeped out as well. A few hours passed. It was super late into the night at this point, and we knew that we needed to get some sleep. Being my curious self, I looked back outside once more, and this black object had completely disappeared. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, thinking that the log must have just floated off or just hit the shore somewhere. As we slept with the windows open that night, there was no AC in this cabin, and we had to open them or we would fry in this cabin, with it being the middle of summer and all. Me and my other buddy, Tommy, slept in the living room, while my two other friends slept in the two separate bedrooms, with their doors open. Not being able to sleep but keeping my eyes peeled shut, that's when I began to hear someone walking around at the bottom of the stairs to the cabin. Whoever I heard down there was off the dock now, pacing back and forth as it made the sound of a boot clicking on the wood. It was almost like they weren't sure what to do with themselves. It lasted for about 3 minutes. Wanting to whisper to my buddy but frozen in fear, I just kept my eyes shut and ears on full alert. The footsteps sounded like they took 2 steps up the deck stairs all of a sudden, but then turned around, and it sounded like they were sprinting out down the man-made path. After it sounded like the steps were long gone, and a couple of minutes had passed, I woke Tommy up, asking if he heard the steps. Both of us sat up. I was startled to see my friend Ryan walking out of his room and saying that we need to leave a minute after the steps vanished. He must have heard us talking, so he felt he could come out as well. But either way, he was waking us up regardless. Something was very disturbing about his expression, and I asked him why. He then woke up my other friend Kevin in the other room and said, "Let's go, we gotta get to the boat." Asking him, "What, Ryan? What the hell is wrong with you?" He explained to us quickly while grabbing his stuff, and I will never forget what he explained, nor will any of my other friends. He said when he was turning sides on his bed to get more comfortable, he saw someone looking in at the top right corner of his window, and it quickly shifted out of his view. He said all he saw was one eye, white skin, and black hair long down the window. Something else that I would like to add is that when we look back at what he experienced, it chills us to the bone realizing that this face was in the top right corner of the window in my friend's room that he was sleeping in, meaning that this thing was nearly 8 feet tall, standing on something like bricks trying to peek in, or it was simply floating. Ryan then continued to say, Let's fucking go. Being very serious. It disturbed the fuck out of my mind, and I felt like I was gonna be sick. I told him what my friend and I heard in the living room. We all agreed and packed our stuff and booked it, not cleaning the cabin or anything. We always had to clean the cabin before leaving, but this time we didn't. We locked up, and as we headed down the stairs, we saw footprints in the dirt, heading off into the path and all around the cabin. We picked up our pace getting to the boat, not knowing if somebody or something was watching us or around us. We threw our stuff on the boat, untied it, and sped off. I didn't even think about the head in the water anymore, nor did I decide to look into the water. Thank God. My eyes were just glued to the island, trying to spot anything moving, but I didn't see anything. When we had finally gotten our stuff packed in the car and the boat tied up, we hopped in the car and took off. We had been driving for about 10 miles, and out of the blue, Ryan, who said he saw the person outside his window, all of a sudden broke down in the car, sobbing, saying, "Fuck, what did I see?" We called to tell our parents what happened on the way back, and that Ryan was freaking out, and they told us just to get home safe and quickly. It was late, about 5 o'clock in the morning, but no one slept, and it was a very quiet ride home. My friend's dad, who owns the cabin, went up that following weekend and said he experienced nothing while there, but he did mention that he saw footprints that were still lingering about, which he actually thought was strange because someone was walking around his property, which actually annoyed him. Whatever my one friend saw in the window really hit him hard. After his breakdown, he had trouble sleeping on nights and ended up having to seek some help for a couple of weeks and hop on some sleeping meds. As time went on, he ended up being fine, but he isn't too comfortable sleeping next to a window without a curtain. I can't explain what happened and why it seemed to happen to us, and I can't explain what I saw in the lake, and especially what Ryan saw. Nothing's ever happened at that cabin since that night. At least that's what we were told by my friend's dad, who owns it. I myself have never decided to go back to the cabin, which really makes me sad because I had great childhood memories there. Tommy and Kevin both have gone back and been fine, but Ryan refuses to go back, and I'm with them on that. There's a lot of people that have cabins on this island, so it could have been a prank in the making that had been busted when Ryan saw the person at the window, or the person possibly wanting to do something worse. I'll never be able to explain what was floating in the lake, but the fact that this incident, along with the footprints and someone looking in at Ryan at night, all happened in the same night, seems like more than a coincidence. Even though I'm fine, there is something that I will never forget. Imagine seeing a floating head out in the distance from your house. Or even worse, imagine waking up in the middle of the night or when you're going to sleep and seeing a floating head outside your window. I took a trip to stay in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up in the mountains away from civilization, and even the cabins were spread far apart. The front deck of the cabin was completely exposed to the woods, so I know that any animals could stroll along if they wanted to, but I stayed there for about a week, and me and my partner sat outside on the front deck every night, very late. And at no point did we ever feel like we were in danger. It was peaceful with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. That's until the 5th night. It was eerie. It was dark. The moon was covered very heavy. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. To be honest, I was starting to fear for my life. All these crazy thoughts started coming into my head. I sat there in my chair looking out into the dark forest, trying to rationalize and calm myself down, that it was just my mind playing tricks. But then, all of a sudden, my girlfriend said that she felt unsafe. And that's when I realized it wasn't just me. That's when we both heard a blood-curdling scream, and we pulled out a flashlight to see what it was. It turned out to be a gray fox. They do make some scary screaming sounds. The weird part was that this fox was running and had its ears and tail down like it was scared. This was in June, and I had read that foxes scream like that when it's mating season, or if they're in danger. I know their mating season is in winter, and this happened in June, so I do believe this fox was in danger, or afraid. The cabin had 3 floors, and we were able to climb out the window and sit on the roof, because we still wanted to be outside and relax, but it didn't matter how high up we were. I felt something truly evil, and we stayed inside. The only other time I felt something so evil like that, or like somebody was watching, was when I had a few paranormal experiences at a haunted house. Georgia doesn't really get mountain lions that often. Maybe a bear. It didn't feel that way. It felt evil. One time I met an old Navajo guy. He said he was a retired Navajo police chief from back in the 70s. So I asked him what was the strangest incident he ever experienced. He said one time he got a call about a shooting incident somewhere around Church Rock, New Mexico, or Gallup area. And when he got there was a family in distress. They had shot something and it took off. The family said it was a big dog or something, and it was walking on 2 legs, and it opened the gate and came into the yard. So they shot it and it cried out like a human, and it took off towards the railroad tracks. So another police officer from the city of Gallup showed up, a white guy. They tracked the blood trail and followed it. The blood trail was leading them along the railroad tracks and up to a big cedar tree. And there, way back in the cedar tree, was something laying up there. When they took a good look at it, it was dead. He said it was a young native girl with long black hair. The upper part of this dead body was human, and the lower part was distorted, almost dog-like. The body was painted, and it was wearing some feathers as well. He said they freaked out and they called it in. They finally took the body and they did an autopsy, and nobody could identify who she was, what tribe she was from, as there was nothing to identify her. He said they made a public announcement about the body on broadcast, but still nobody claimed the body. He said they even displayed the body in a glass case, and the public came to view it and still no one came to claim the body. He said they eventually took the body off display, and he doesn't know what they did to it. He said he left the police force because of this incident, and well, a few others that were similar to this. I think that native police, rangers, and EMTs have some of the weirdest, strangest stories out there, for they are the ones who respond to incidents first on the res. By the way, I heard that the story is actually true. Apparently, there were so many people that went to go see the Skinwalker body that was displayed in a glass case, for it was shown a long time at the Gallup police station, sometime back in the 70s. They said it was a young, beautiful native girl with long black hair. Everyone says that nobody was claiming her, or even talked about too much about this, because nobody wants to attract these things towards them, but mainly because the family couldn't claim her, as everyone knows that skinwalkers are family-based. I want to start the story off by saying that I am Navajo, and boy, Have I heard a lot of stories growing up on the res? While I never seen anything myself, which I'm actually grateful for, I have benefited by being around the people who have. There's a different kind of evil that lives in the quiet high deserts and in the deep canyons of Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, even Colorado in the southern area. I can only describe it as an ancient evil. Now there are helpful ceremonies, rituals, and traditions that are still practiced to this day. Hell, even a local hospital has an on-duty medicine man, but it seems to be a double-edged sword. What I mean is there is also black magic, which most Navajo will not even acknowledge or speak of. We are very superstitious. You will find this with most First Nation people. From Alaska to Argentina, it's just something you don't do, in fear that it will get the attention of unwanted spirits or harmful entities. Skinwalkers or Nadadroshi are just a few stories that kept me up at night with the covers over my head. So here's a quick one for you guys. A Navajo tribal police officer was driving west on what used to be officially named Highway 666. It was lightly snowing, maybe 1/4 of an inch, which is a lot of snow for home, and he sees an old woman walking on the side of the road. How she got there, or where she was going, was apparent because she was so far out in the middle of nowhere. He didn't see her right away, but as he passes, he noticed that she is dressed in traditional clothing, a dress, a shawl, and her hair in a traditional bun. This actually isn't too odd. Many elders still choose to dress traditionally. But why was she out in such cold weather? And this late at night? Hitchhiking? Maybe. He passed her too quickly and now has to turn around. And as he makes a U-turn, he notices she is nowhere to be seen. This is fairly flat terrain, and he for sure saw an old woman walking. He pulls the squad car over and steps out with his flashlight. Confused, he manages to find the woman's footprints in the snow. He follows the footprints until they suddenly turn into what look like dog footprints, leading away from the road in a hurry. He immediately jumps back into the squad car and meets up with another officer near his patrol. He is a little shaken up, but then tells the other officer if he has ever seen anything like that. The other officer tells him that he has. He also explains that sometimes it's an old woman, sometimes a very beautiful young girl, but always on that road and always in the snow, waiting for the right Good Samaritan to let her into their car. I still get nervous driving those wide open spaces at night. I keep my eyes strictly on the road and turn my music up high. I rarely ever pick up hitchhikers, but I for sure will never pick one up at night. So let this be a warning to each and every single one of you, that if you ever come around this area, or what used to be called Highway 666, don't ever pick up a hitchhiker. It might just be a skinwalker taking you home. I'm from the state of New Mexico, and I'm also native from a tribe located within the state. I'm not going to mention the tribe or what part of the state I'm from, obviously for privacy reasons. I'll start off by saying that growing up on the res as a member of the tribe, you're exposed to a lot of things. We take our tradition very serious, and we try to preserve it the best way we can. However, there are things that happen that are not talked about on the res. It's no secret that there are people who are evil. We all heard of skinwalkers and wendigos, evil spirits that torment people or corrupt their mind with evil. As crazy as these things sound, believe me, such things do exist. I have ran into evil spirits in my res, and I heard plenty of stories from fellow tribal members or friends that have experienced similar things. For example, the things they experienced included unnaturally whistling in the back hills of the res at night, or moving shadows in the trees, or even in the arroyos that are black and misshapen, or some owls that perch up in the nearby trees watching your house all night long. But this story that I'm going to share with you didn't happen to me or anyone that I know. It actually happened in one of the reservations here in New Mexico. I was in high school at the time of this incident. I went to a school where it was nothing but natives, and you had to have native blood in you to attend this school. Going to the school, there was always rumors going around of sketchy things that kids would see. Most of it was just that, a rumor, made up of incidents to scare each other. But one day, what I thought was a rumor actually turned out to be true. Did you hear what he did to the body? After he did that, he sat there with his face painted. I heard a girl say to her group of friends, "What the hell?" I thought. I didn't know who these students were talking about or what they meant by, "He sat there with his face painted." I continued to class, and before lunchtime, I had a partial understanding of what happened because I was asking around a bit. A young man from the pueblo of Jimenez had killed another young man in a very brutal way. As the lunch hour proceeded, I found out more information on what happened. The man who killed the other man were both friends. The man that committed the killing disemboweled his victim in a gruesome and satanic way, and they say that he even lit candles around the body. There's no way this could have happened. There's no way this could be true, I thought. But when I got home, I found out all the gruesome details were true. There was no hiding it. It was all over the news. When something like a murder like this happens in New Mexico, especially one like this, you can guarantee it will be on the news. I sat there in disbelief as the newscaster spoke on the incident. A man from Jimenez is being held on charges for killing another man, 21-year-old Matthew Panama, on the Jimenez Pueblo reservation late Saturday night. The rumors from school had turned out to be true. The man did kill his friend in a very gruesome way. He did disembowel the body and proceeded to paint his face black and white, like he was trying to bring forth something evil in a satanic sacrificial ceremony of some sort. All this was hard to take in. This incident not only shook the people of Jimenez, but all the neighboring Pueblo communities as well. Weeks after the incident, information was still coming to light. The Pueblo of Jimenez banned trick-or-treating that year. They also had a bunch of different medicine men from around the Pueblo perform a huge ceremony curing to get rid of any evil that was there. The reason they had to take such measures is because of the traditional beliefs that they have. When an incident of this size happens, the whole Pueblo has to be cleansed. I don't blame them for taking such steps. They, as well as myself, believe that this man was possessed by something that was pure evil, and it corrupted his mind. Some would compare it to the evil spirit of a skinwalker, or maybe something along the lines of a curse from a skinwalker. The Pueblos have their own names for these evil spirits, and I truly do believe that one of them got inside this man. Either that, or he was involved in black magic. But whatever the case may be, I know something evil was involved. Now some of you might think I'm making this up or exaggerating on the details. I understand where you're coming from, because I enjoy listening to scary stories of the paranormal, and I find myself doubting people's stories sometimes. But I'm telling you, all of this is true. If you don't believe me, here's a link to the article on the murder and even the court document itself. And I'll leave you with this as well. Be careful of who you surround yourself with. Be careful what the people around you believe in. The last thing you want to do is be involved in witchcraft. I'm writing this to share a warning with you all. There are things you shouldn't dig into, read about, or even listen to. I've been listening to scary stories, just like most of you that will hear this one. I know you enjoy stories of the paranormal, skinwalkers, and stories about bad medicine, witchcraft, and black magic, or as we call it back home, brujeria. I'm not referring to evil ladies wearing pointy hats, performing rituals at night, as witchcraft can be performed by anybody who practices these dark things. Among natives, there are many superstitions and warnings that have been passed down through generations, like not whistling at night, or not speaking of certain things at night. Well, let me tell you, bad medicine, brujeria, it's all true. You see, I've been cursed my whole life. Ever since the events I'm about to share with you, I have always been afraid to put these memories into words. But I know my life is coming to an end. I feel like I gotta share this story with you all. Maybe it's the weight of my age, or I'm simply trying to unburden myself. But I want you to know that if something does happen, I have lived my life fully, and I'm at peace with my Maker. This is one of my final testaments about the disappearance of my best friend, Stephanie Rodriguez. Back in the 90s, after working so hard without taking any vacay, I finally decided to take a break from work. My girlfriend Stephanie were both passionate about hiking and camping, so we decided that it was time to explore a new place. Stephanie, who is Mexican, suggested that we explore some of the beautiful isolated mountain regions down in Mexico, where some of her family lived, or at least used to live. I'm also half Mexican. I speak Spanish and been to Mexico plenty of times. However, Stephanie was actually born in Mexico, and she grew up there, so she was a lot more familiar with the regions. We have been dating for a few years now, and before you ask, I was actually planning to propose to her at the mountaintop of where we were going. So the day arrived, we packed our bags and set out. However, despite all the warnings and concerns expressed by family and friends, they told us that the area was very unsafe at that time because there were many conflicts for various reasons. Stories of drug cartels fighting over land, cursed places and territories where people simply don't venture out. Many regions that were left alone because the natives had not welcomed anyone for many generations. It wasn't the right place for us as a couple to venture out to, but we didn't let fear stop us. Her family lived in the state of Guerrero. She had shown me pictures of this place of when she was a kid, and it was beautiful. Our plan was to reach the town and stay there for a night. From there, we would travel a long path that would lead to a forested area. That's where several isolated communities were located, and one of these was the birthplace of my girlfriend's father and several of her relatives from when she was a child. She used to visit that place with her family and had beautiful memories of there. She said that everyone there was connected to nature and the surroundings, very traditional and not up to date on the latest tech. It's not that they were behind, they prefer to stay in between themselves and their traditional roots. Which was fine, but as you all know, and now I know, sometimes separating yourself from the world and living remotely can be the best thing, or the worst thing. Personally, I wanted to enjoy the experience of a campsite in the middle of the forest, in another country, and see what differences this had from hiking and camping in the States. We arrived in town after a day. We had our map. It was the 90s, a time when cell phones were not fully around yet. As we ate at one of the small food places, we also asked one of the locals for directions to the village. After all, this was undeveloped land, with dirt roads cutting through dense forested areas. The guy gave us a curious look and asked, "Why do you want to go there?" Stephanie responded by saying, "I grew up in this village and wanted to visit some of my family." The expression of the guy shifted to one of concern. He pointed out the location of the village on the map and said, "Just be careful. Make sure you get there before the sun goes down. That place, It isn't what it used to be. His warning sent a shiver down my spine. But again, what isn't creepy or mysterious out here in these remote areas? We thanked them and started our journey, venturing onto a path that was leading towards the woods. Despite the bright sunshine, a strange sense of unease began to overwhelm me. It felt like somebody was watching us. It was the curious eyes of the locals that we would come across. They seemed to follow us and stare at us. I inquired from Stephanie why these people were just looking at us. That's how people are here. They don't really like outsiders. Just ignore them, she said. Despite this, we kept walking down the path until about an hour of walking. We finally arrived at this community village. As soon as we got there, everything seemed off. It was a small community with about 10 houses. We saw some people standing outside their homes, but the way they looked at us was creepy, kind of scary. I couldn't help but think about how Stephanie had grown up in such an isolated area. When I saw her face and I heard that she said that something was very wrong and that this place wasn't like it was before, I got scared again. Maybe I seen too many scary movies. We kept walking and finally, we arrived at the house of Stephanie's relatives, a beat-up home with a roof that was falling apart and boarded-up windows. Seeing the place in ruins was disappointing. It wasn't what I had imagined for our visit. After knocking, an old woman came out to greet us. She turned out to be the widow of Stephanie's uncle, who apparently died of a fever. But the way she explained it, the way she was stuttering and shaking, made it seem like she was making up stuff. She then invited us in, and that's when I saw. All the walls were corroded and discolored. The smell of oil and food filled the air, and all the candles were creating a creepy environment. There was old worn furniture everywhere. I looked at Stephanie, whose face reflected surprise and disappointment. She asked why everything was empty, almost rotting away, and before we could say anything else, the woman led us to a small room at the back of the house. We sat on some torn sofas. We watched the woman as she told us about the sadness and hardship that she has lived through since her husband's passing. He apparently died some time ago. She said her husband and several men from the village, mostly men, were working out in the fields when one day, they all suddenly fell ill. They started to suffer from a strange disease that consumed them without any cause, and there wasn't any cure for those sudden fevers. This illness devastated them and left them almost to the bone. Others said that they looked like zombies, just rotting alive. They died in complete agony. Those who weren't struck by this disease, they simply disappear into the forest. People started talking around the village that someone was doing brujeria. The woman was telling us that nothing prospered in this place anymore. It was suspected that something horrible and sinister was behind it all. The rumor was that some people who practiced witchcraft had arrived here. Everything seemed connected to the arrival of some very strange men, outsiders who had come to the area. She said these people sought refuge in the mountains to carry out their practices. Even though the woman didn't want to reveal specific details, she said that these men ended up worshipping something dark and evil. Eventually, the townspeople came into conflict with these people, as people were falling ill, disappearing, babies were being born dead, livestock dying, all types of noises at night, and some people even said seeing weird disfigured silhouettes outside their windows at night. Eventually, this ended bad for the people in the village. As soon as the woman finished telling us all of this, I turned to Stephanie and said, "Let's get out of here right now." "But wait," my girlfriend said, turning to the woman, "have you ever actually seen any witches?" The woman shook her head. "No, I never seen them myself. It's just what people say around here." Stephanie smiled and looked back at me. "See, let's just go to the mountaintop. It's not that far. We can take some pictures and come right back before nighttime." I hesitated, feeling a knot of unease in my stomach. This place gives me the creeps. It's still daylight, There's no witches around. It'll be quick. I sighed, still feeling uneasy, and the only reason I agreed to is because of the whole proposal idea. Alright, but let's make it quick, I said. Just as we were about to leave, the woman grabbed my arm. She looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Remember this. If you hear whispers in the wind, or see stuff that you're not supposed to see, don't acknowledge it. Ignore everything strange that you might encounter, and return before dark. Once the sun sets, no one is going to be able to protect you." She then let go and started walking away from us. We ended up walking along a path that led into the mountain, moving further away from the village. As we walked, I turned to Stephanie. "Does any of your family still live here? What about your uncle?" She sighed, looking a bit sad. The rest of my family ended up moving out of the village and into the town. From there, we dispersed to different areas outside of Guerrero. The only relative still living here was my uncle, but apparently my family failed to communicate that with me. Or I mean, who else might have known about my uncle? She said. She did have a point. There was no internet or technology back then. Everything was snail mail. So no one else in your family comes back here? She shook her head. Not really. It's been years since anyone from my family has returned. We kinda lost touch over time. I knew that her mom or dad didn't live here. It was her further out family and relatives that lived here. Let's make this quick and get back before dark, like the lady said. Stephanie nodded, and we continued. After about 30 minutes, we arrived. The landscape was very beautiful, with panoramic views of the valleys and forests stretching as far as the eye could see. Despite all the warnings and the experiences that we had, I couldn't deny the natural beauty of that place. After some pictures, I had planned to pull out the ring, but because of the creepy circumstances, finding out about her uncle's recent passing, and all the scary feelings I had, I chose not to do it. Stephanie and I sat down and she began talking to me for a few minutes. She was telling me how she used to come up here when she was a little kid. We soaked in the views together, but still, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that had settled in my gut. At this point, I was ready to leave Mexico and go back to the States. "We should head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Stephanie nodded. "Yeah, let's go. We'll come back another time." Yeah, fucking right, I thought. Never coming here again. We started our descent, and the sun was now starting to dip lower in the sky as well. As we were walking back, a strange feeling began to creep over me again. It seemed as though someone or something was watching us from the trees and bushes. Kind of like that feeling that you get when somebody is watching you. I mentioned this feeling to Stephanie, but she simply dismissed it as my imagination. We continued moving. I figure it must have been some of those crazy people from the village or from the town. After some walking and arguing back and forth, we realized we had been walking in circles on the same path without finding our way back to the village. Slowly, the sun began to set, filling me with fear and desperation. Despite being ready for camping in this area, the whole situation, along with all the stories and rumors we heard, made me imagine the worst. The feeling of being lost became so overwhelming, and fear took hold of us with each passing minute. I do regret it now, but we ended up camping. Stephanie was used to being in these situations, and said that in the morning, the path would look better with the sunlight. There was nothing to worry about. We just had to spend the night here, and return in the morning. So we set everything up and we tried to light a fire to get some light and warmness, but even the crackling flames seemed scary. Time passed slowly as we both went into the tent, trying to find some sense of security and get some rest. Eventually, I fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to find Stephanie sitting up, breathing real heavy, which made me nervous. As soon as she saw that I was awake, She put her hand over my mouth before I could ask what was happening. We stayed silent, and then we heard footsteps right next to the tent. At that moment, fear overwhelmed me, and it got worse when the tent was suddenly open. Somebody dressed in black emerged. A man with his face all covered in mud. At least, that's what I thought it looked like. He grabbed Stephanie by the hair and started dragging her outside. I tried to stop them from taking her, but outside, I saw a large group of dark figures dressed in black robes. I was petrified with fear at this whole terrifying scene. Despite my desperate struggle to prevent them from taking Stephanie, I couldn't. I fought to hold on to her, but all of my efforts were in vain. In the blink of an eye, I was pushed aside, finding myself alone in the middle of nowhere, helpless against these people surrounding the tent. That's when the whispers and sinister laughing filled the air, increasing my panic with each passing second. Desperation overtook me as I realized I was alone, facing about 12 of these things around me. That's when I heard Stephanie's terrified screams, pleading for help, crying out in pain. I shouted desperately, trying to find out where she was. I wanted to run and find a way to escape. But then, one of those black figures blocked my path, and the next thing I felt was a strong blow to the head, and then everything went dark. The first rays of sunlight woke me up. My body was aching, and everything seemed calm. Suddenly, the memory came rushing back. I ran to get away from there, taking the first path that I saw. I hadn't gone too far when I entered a clearing, and what I discovered made me shiver and scream in horror. There was a large rock. It was covered in blood. Stephanie's clothes were scattered everywhere, torn and bloodstained. There seemed to be animal bones and satanic symbols drawn in blood on the surrounding rocks. That's when I remember what the woman had told us, and I started running to get away from that place until I reached the village, begging for help, but no one helped me. I ran to the woman's house and she remained very calm outside, smoking tobacco. She looked at me and said, "Stephanie is no longer with us. Be thankful that they spared your life. Leave here and never come back." After saying this, I ran away desperately, distancing myself from everything around here. As I fled the village, my heart started pounding with fear and adrenaline. The town was miles away, and the path was really rocky. I stumbled through the dense forest. When I finally reached the outskirts of the town, exhausted and desperate, I tried to report Stephanie's disappearance to the police, at least to the local authorities, but they didn't seem like they cared. It was almost like they knew what was going on in the mountains and had chose to turn a blind eye. I ended up leaving the town as nobody was helping, and my priority was to inform Stephanie's family about what happened. I don't remember the journey back, but my mind was remembering what I witnessed and the overwhelming fear that had settled deep within me. As I approached Stephanie's parents' house, I asked myself, how was I going to explain this? I knocked on the door, my heart pounding in my chest. Stephanie's mother answered. Her face had a hopeful smile that quickly turned to her being confused as she noticed that I was alone. "Where's Stephanie?" she asked. I took a deep breath, my voice trembling as I tried to find the right words. "I'm sorry. Something terrible happened. We went to the village and Stephanie was taken. There were these people. They dragged her away. I tried to stop them, but there were too many." Her face got pale, and she stumbled back, her hand covering her mouth. Her cries drew the rest of the family to the door. Her father. Everybody was there staring at me, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "You lost her. How could you lose her?" her mother said, her voice breaking with grief. I tried to explain, recounting the events as best as I could, but even I couldn't believe what I was explaining. The more I spoke, the more I could tell they were being filled with anger. Stephanie's father then stepped in front of me. "You shouldn't have gone there," he said. His voice was low. "There are things in those mountains, things that you will never understand. We never want to see your face again. You brought this curse to our family." As I turned to leave, Stephanie's father grabbed my arm, pulling me close. His eyes bore into mine. "Leave this place and never come back," he whispered. "You brought back something dark with you. Go and pray that it doesn't follow you back home." Tears streaming down my face. But now that I think about it, and now that I look back, Stephanie's family knew something. Why didn't they go look for her? Why didn't they call the police? What if they were involved? The mind can go to some dark places when you just linger into the same thoughts over and over. I left Mexico as quickly as possible, hoping to find peace and safety back in the States. But as soon as I made it back home, the nightmares began that first night. I would wake up in sweat, hearing Stephanie's screams and seeing those dark, shadowy figures closing in on me. Days turned into weeks, and the nightmares only grew worse. I became somebody who I didn't know, convinced that those forces from Mexico had followed me. My friends and family noticed the change in me, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them the full extent of what happened. How could I? They would think that I lost my mind. Anyways, it's been over 30 years since that horrifying day, and not a single moment passes without the memories haunting me. Everything that I experienced just doesn't fade away with time. It seeped into every aspect of my life, changing me in ways that I never expected. Relationships, even simple daily routines. Everything was tainted by the darkness that had followed me out of those cursed mountains. I saw help from a therapist, trying every possible remedy to cleanse myself of that curse. Some offer some temporary relief, but nothing could truly erase what I had witnessed, or the guilt that I carried for losing Stephanie. It was a wound that never healed, a scar that only deepened with time. Despite the years that have passed, the feeling of somebody watching me has never left me. I have learned to cope, to live with this feeling, but the fear never truly goes away. I dedicated much of my time to researching brujeria and other supernatural things, hoping to find answers, or at least some sort of understanding. But the more that I learned, the more I realized how little we truly know about the dark forces that exist around us. I want you to understand this. If you want to be like everyone else and not believe my story, that's fine. But if you could take one thing away from this, I want you to understand that there are things out there that are beyond our understanding, forces that shouldn't be messed with. My story isn't just a warning, it's a testament to the real dangers that exist. Brujeria are not just stories to be laughed at, they are real, and they have real consequences. For now, I beg you, listen to my words and be careful out there. There are doors that should never be opened. Stay away from brujeria, witchcraft, and remember my story as a reminder of what awaits those who ignore the warnings. This story is only the beginning. If I'm still here and if this story finds its audience, maybe one day I'll share the rest. Until then, be safe and always say your prayers. I want to tell you about something that happened to me not long ago at my grandpa's ranch in West Texas. Even now, it seems very strange to me, and ever since that day, I've been afraid to stay there. I hope someone can help me and give me more information about this situation. My grandfather's ranch is a stretch of land at the foothills of a mountain area. The area is full of hills and valleys, and it's surrounded by a forest. There are neighbors, but each neighbor has so many acres of forested area behind their house. The weather is pretty cool most of the year, and it's very cold during the winter. I guess because of the elevation. The ranch does offer a great view of the valley, as long as the fog doesn't cover everything and block the view. For any nature and cold weather lover, it's the perfect place to spend the weekend. From a very young age, I remember spending holidays and weekends there with my family. Most of the birthdays were celebrated there. Let me put it this way, the ranch is a spot for family and friends. But this story that I want to tell you happened around July 4th weekend. At that time, the whole family went. My grandfather had organized a full fiesta with typical food and brought fireworks to celebrate Independence Day. When I say the whole family, I mean about 20 people. But my grandfather, my father, and a cousin witnessed everything that went down. It was around 8 p.m., and everyone else was inside the house waiting for dinner. My cousin and I had been drinking, and we didn't want to go inside. Let's just say that we preferred the stillness of the night, which gave us a view of the valley. The beer and the cold made me really need to use the bathroom at some point. I had two options: go to the bathroom in the house, or go to the outhouse, which was about a 5-minute walk from the house. I decided to go to the outhouse, just to avoid being convinced to go inside. I told my cousin that I was going to be back, and I started walking towards it. It was a little creepy. Walking through a field in the dark is pretty creepy, no matter where you're at. As I'm walking, I swear I noticed something strange between the trees. Even though the moon provided some light, it wasn't enough to see perfectly what was there. I swear something was moving among the trees. At first, I thought it might be a wild animal, maybe the dog that my grandpa had. I stopped walking and tried to focus on what was there. It seemed to be moving really slow between the trees, appearing to do so. I swear, it was something closer to a human than an animal, and it seemed to be moving unnaturally. Then, whatever was out there just seemed to stop. At this point, I'm creeped out, so fuck going all the way to the outhouse. I decided to use it right there in the open field, not taking my eyes away from the trees. As soon as I was done, I started running back to where my cousin was at. My cousin then jokingly said if I decided to just water the grass. I didn't say anything, and I just told him that it's better if we go inside. Besides, dinner was almost ready. He didn't ask me if I was okay. I simply nodded. My cousin didn't fully believe me, but he followed me inside the house. Hours passed, and the party didn't stop. My family tends to do things big, especially when we all get together. On my part, I couldn't stop thinking about what was out there. Something kept telling me that what I had seen wasn't normal. And to make things worse, it was close to the house. Suddenly, while my cousins and uncles were singing, we started to hear barking outside. It was one of the dogs that belonged to my grandpa. "What's happening?" I asked my grandfather. "I don't know. I'm not sure." Max started barking at nothing. He probably saw a raccoon or something. "Just leave him be. It'll pass," he replied. Despite my grandfather thinking it was normal, something inside of me kept saying that it could be what I saw out there. Even so, I didn't say anything about it to not ruin dinner. I also didn't want them to think that I was scared. Around 2 in the morning, sleep was starting to overtake me. Most of the women had already fallen asleep, and only a few of us were still up, playing dominoes at the dining table. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard outside the ranch. That noise made everyone get up from the table. My grandfather, my father, and another uncle went out to the lookout and saw that the house of some neighbors had all its lights on, and people with flashlights were searching for something. They most likely shot a coyote or some animal. It's pretty common for mountain lions and other animals to come down and kill some of the chickens, said my grandfather, as if he was used to it. However, it's not a right time to be shooting, one of my uncles said. It could cause an accident. Yeah, but those people are like that. They've been ranchers all their life. That's how they end up defending their land and their animals. It's better not to get involved with them, my grandfather responded. And with that, the party ended. We agreed to put things away and go to sleep. I was in the same room as my cousins. Several of them were already asleep, so my cousin and I entered quietly, trying not to make any noise. We avoided closing a window that was a little bit open, just to not wake anyone up. I lay down to sleep, and about an hour later, I woke up to a strange noise. It was like someone was scratching the walls and breathing heavy through their nose. At first, I thought it could be one of my cousins snoring, but no, this noise seemed to come from outside the window. I got nervous, and the noise was getting closer and closer, so I decided to pretend to be asleep and to wait to see what it was. I curled up underneath the cover but stayed looking at the window. Suddenly, I saw what appeared to be a hand with pointed fingers, and that's when a pale face peeked through the window, and I finally saw it. It looked completely disfigured. It was horrible, looking everywhere as if searching for something or someone. Then, it placed its hand on the open window and started pushing it with force. The creaking noise was loud enough to wake two of my cousins up. I'm not sure if we were simply lucky, but it made this creature leave and disappear into the woods. I then got up and closed the window, and that's when my cousins saw me completely terrified. They asked me what happened, and I told them everything that I saw. I was almost at the point of tears because honestly, I couldn't believe anything. Besides, I didn't know if it was going to hurt us. My cousins tried to calm me down and told me that by morning, everything would be fine. One of them takes sleeping pills, so he gave me one, and within a few minutes, I fell into a deep sleep. The next day when I finally woke up, I learned that my grandfather's dog was gone. It was strange because that dog would never leave. It practically slept at the house entrance. My grandfather, fearful that something happened to him, he asked all of us to go out and look for him. The women looked around the house, and we started combing the fence area. While looking around, we found that near the outhouse, something or someone had made a hole, and we figured that the dog might have gotten out through there. So we decided to take a truck. My father, my cousin, and I, we ventured into the forest, and at some point, we got out of the truck and continued on foot. My father was ahead of us when he suddenly signaled for us to stop. We walked up to him and saw that he was pale. In front of us was that hideous thing that I saw at night. A bald head like a stone and a disfigured face. It was standing, just looking at us, a few yards away from us. In its hands, it held a missing dog. The dog was mutilated, and we barely even recognized it. In its other arm, it was holding some of the organs that belonged to it. It continued staring at us. Then, it threw the dog into the ground right in front of us. And that's when my father started shooting at it. But it was too late. It disappeared into the trees and headed towards the river. My father did end up getting the dog, and we took it back to the house, but we couldn't bring ourselves to tell my grandfather what happened. We just told him that a mountain lion had attacked the dog, and that it was better for him to return to the city with us. We didn't want to tell him to stay there at night, because obviously it was dangerous now. Seeing his beloved dog, my grandfather started crying. He then told us that a mountain lion couldn't have done this. Of course he knew we were lying. However, I guess after seeing this, he agreed to return to the city for just a little bit. The months went by, and my father received a call from my grandpa. In the phone call, he didn't say much. He just said it was safe to go back to the ranch, and that he was now starting to get ready for the New Year's party. He mentioned there was nothing to worry about anymore, as the neighbors had dealt with the so-called mountain lion. To this day, my grandfather hasn't said what the neighbors killed, but to be honest, Ever since we returned to the ranch, we haven't seen it again. Nothing goes on at night, and the neighbors assure us there is nothing to fear. They go hunting here and there, and my grandpa goes with them as well, to make sure that nothing disturbs the peace of the area again. I'm not sure what that thing was. Has anybody ever encountered something like this? If so, let me know. I always been a mountain person. When people say they go to the beach for a vacay, I respect it, but I prefer the mountains. Something about these old giants have always fascinated me, as if I just cannot avoid but to be drawn towards them and be in awe. I'm a 21-year-old student. I consider that I have seen a fair amount of mountain ranges in Europe, all the way from Switzerland to Spain, and many other places around the world. I have always hiked and camped outdoors a lot, with family and friends, but also by myself. Now, I went to the US for college, and I've always been tempted to do a part of the Appalachian Trail. From the pictures that I've seen on the internet, I always wanted to see them in person, and I'm not gonna lie, I must say that the great amount of scary stories of these mountains always attracted me a little bit as well. I am definitely not a person who likes scary movies or anything, but I enjoy reading fellow mountain experiences, and to be honest, I mostly just read stories about the Appalachian Trail to know how to get ready for when I go. That being said, I decided to go this year and do a small part of the Appalachian Trail. I went to do a small part between the borders of Tennessee and North Carolina, with Clingman's Dome being the icing on the cake. I was a little bit cautious to go by myself, since I'm not very familiar with both the geography as well as the wildlife in this part of the States. I wanted to go with a friend or my girlfriend, who is from North Carolina herself, but both my friend and my girlfriend declined because they had to work, which the plan was to go during spring break, so I just chose to go by myself since I am graduating this year and will return back to Europe. I started at this place called Bryson City and walked along the river until I reached the Nolan Creek. From there on, I just followed the trail until I got to Clingman's Dome, and from there, I would follow the trail for about a week. I had everything for this trip. I carried bear spray and pepper spray. I read some creepy stories about people in the Appalachian Trail, and I also brought an axe and a hunting knife. I had some canned food and lots of water, and for the rest, just my sleeping bag and tent. So when I started walking away from Bryson City, and I saw this beautiful mountain range, I couldn't be happier. I had been wanting to do this since I had arrived here in the US, and I was finally doing it. I did come across some people on the Nolan Creek. They were friendly, but I had to make up my mind that I would be better off alone than with strangers. I got to Clingman's Dome the same day, and I went a little further before I would set up camp. It was beautiful. At night, I slept a bit off the trail with a small campfire where I would get dinner ready. The first night went super well, and I was also exhausted from the hike to Clingman's Dome. The next 2 days were just as beautiful, and I saw lots of breathtaking views. The people I encountered on the trail were super polite as well. Then, on the third night, I feel like everything just took a strange turn. I had set up my camp just as usual, around 160 feet from the trail. No one was camping close to me, or at least not that I was aware of. While getting dinner, I got this super weird gut feeling that I was not there alone. I felt like if someone was looking at me from behind a tree, or something like that. I tried to just convince myself that I was having an amazing time, that I was safe, and that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I went to sleep and put out the fire as always. Then, before it was daylight again, I woke up with that same gut feeling that even though I was in my tent, someone was watching me from a distance. I didn't hear a single bird, which was weird, because right before daylight is when they start chirping again. I only heard the wind. It made me feel uncomfortable, a bit scared, not gonna lie. I didn't fall asleep again, and first thing in the morning, after having breakfast in my tent, I broke up camp and decided to continue my hike. During my hike, I encountered a few people and again they were very nice, but I stick to myself. While waiting on this part of the trail by myself alone, I felt like somebody was watching me again. I even had this feeling as if someone or something was following me. So every now and then, I would stop dead in my tracks to see if anything was following me. Now obviously my mind could be playing tricks, but I swear, I would hear some footsteps stop the second after I had actually stopped. According to me at that moment, someone was following me. I looked around the whole time and I never saw someone or something, which actually made it even more weird. After the long day of hiking, I made camp, this time closer to the trail than before, because for some reason I thought it would be more safe. I again had this feeling of somebody watching me while having dinner outside my tent. So I decided to finish it up in my tent and I went to the bathroom in a bottle, because I didn't want to go outside now. That's how scared I was. I tried sleeping by closing my eyes, but my mind just focused on hearing the whole time. And that's when I heard it for the first time. A knock, as if a branch was hitting a tree, or a small rock was getting thrown at a tree. Silence then followed, for like what seemed forever, but it was most likely just like 10 minutes. Then again, except this time, it was more clear. I was scared now, and I had no idea where to go since it was dark already. I put my flashlight in the tent and made myself as big as I could, so that my shadow outside the tent would look bigger because of the light. I don't know why this was my reasoning at the time. I just thought about bears, and I held my hunting knife in my hand. The silence had followed the second knock, but now I shouted to pierce the silence in the dark. First, I shouted that whoever was joking around, I was armed and I was not wanting to be pranked. I thought this would scare them off, but it didn't. It was almost like if this person found it even more funny, knowing that I was pissed off at them. I heard another knock, and right after that, a knock on what I assumed to be the opposite side of my tent. So now, I was guessing it was 2 people instead of 1, and that they like to pull pranks on people who pass by. I tried to stay up as long as I could, but around 4 in the morning, my eyes just gave up. I woke up around 8 o'clock, again, with the light of the sun being my savior. I first tried to hear if whoever was pranking me was still knocking, but I didn't hear anything. I shouted again, stating that I was now going to exit my tent with my knife in my hand, and that whoever was joking around should make themselves known. I walked out of my tent and I didn't see anyone. I looked for tracks around my camp, but I couldn't make something out of it. I decided to get the hell out of there. The next part of my week basically continued being the same. At night, I would hear some knocks from different directions. And sometimes, I kid you not, I heard what sounded like a little bit of humming, like as if a person was just humming a tune. Now, I never saw anyone, except from the occasional hikers on the trail, so I can't say I saw something weird. But one thing is for sure, that weird feeling of somebody or something watching me stayed with me for the rest of my hike on the trail. I did make it back home, and I talked to my girlfriend about this, and she said it was most likely my mind playing tricks on me, and I was willing to believe her because I never saw anything. But I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night feeling like I'm still in that tent in the middle of nowhere, and I feel like somebody is watching me and knocking on a tree. And every time I wake up like this, the thought of being out there again scares me. I was camping in the middle of nowhere in Washington. Not like an official campground, just way out in the forest where I wouldn't have expected another human for miles. One night, I wake up and hear something. I open my tent, and there is a guy sitting by where my fire had been right outside my tent. Nothing strange about the guy, just a normal looking dude, sitting there a couple feet from my tent. No backpack or anything with him, just a guy. He saw me open the tent, and his eyes got big, like he had just seen a ghost, and he took off. It shook me up pretty badly, but over the next day, I was able to put it out of my mind. After writing it off as just some strange occurrence, and a guy that was maybe high or something, and had somehow managed to set up a camp not far from mine. Then, 2 days after that, and 10 to 15 miles away in a totally different direction, that nobody could take the same path as on accident, I was sitting by the fire that night, and I started to hear noises that I got more and more convinced were a person. I called out to them, and out of the darkness someone was like, "Yo, do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?" I said no, I don't even think that's a real place there. They kept talking from just out of my line of vision. I tried to see them with my flashlight, aimed that way, and sounded kinda scared, and not wanting to piss off a potentially crazy person, I pointed the flashlight somewhere else. After like 15 minutes of being freaked out, and this person just talking and asking completely random questions, from the darkness, it sounded like the voice had gotten closer. So I ended up shining my light that way again, and it was the same dude who had been outside my tent 2 nights before. He must have followed me about 15 miles over 2 days, because there is no way he could have ended up in the same spot as me, as big as that wilderness is. No possible way. As soon as I shined my light on him, he took off again. I started to chase him but didn't want to get lost in the wilderness in the dark, so I stopped quickly after about 100-200 feet. This one couldn't be written off, because the only way he could have been in both places is if he was following me. I decided that the trip was over first thing in the morning, and ended up hiking back out over 3 days, always doubling back, trying to throw anyone following off my trail, and sometimes hiding and waiting to see if he would come by following me. I really can't describe how terrifying it was, to feel like I was being hunted through the woods, and to actually have to brainstorm on things I could do to best avoid ending up being killed. On the first night of hiking out, twice, I heard what sounded like a person walking circles outside my tent. But by the time I got the courage to look out, nobody was there. On the second night, I heard what I thought was an animal making noises at first in the distance, but I slowly decided that it sounded more like a human making animal calls. But it also could have been an actual animal. But I didn't actually see the guy again, but it really sounded like a person making noises. I basically cried when I finally got back to my vehicle. The relief was so strong. To this day, this was the most terrifying experience I ever had. I have no idea who the guy was, or what his intentions were, but I just can't really articulate just what a terrifying few days it was. The whole situation was pretty intense, especially given that it went on for a few days. Like, imagine the feeling of noticing that there is someone following you in a dark alley, then stretch this out into 3 days, and make it to where you have to sleep in the alley, and that's exactly what this experience was like. The feeling wasn't of being scared, but it was this constant knot in my stomach that someone out there was hunting me for 3 days. I have never shared this story with anyone before, in the hopes that you all get a glimpse of what actually goes on in the res from someone who actually went and experienced something. But I'll cut to the chase. I got to be part of a Navajo ceremony not long ago. It was for a book that me and some friends were working on. In the end, it ended up being one of the most meaningful events of my life, and I feel very blessed to have been able to experience it. There's just one small problem. The people I work with aren't big believers in the sort of thing, and I don't really have friends outside of work, and I don't really have family. I mean, I do, but that's actually a long story. Basically, I have nobody to talk to about my experience, but maybe you'll be kind enough to listen while I ramble a bit. Or maybe you won't, and that's fine too. Either way, it's always useful to put pen to paper, so let me start from the beginning. It was spring, a couple of years ago. Me and some friends are working on a short textbook for students containing interviews with Native Americans from different tribes. I happen to be the natural pick for the Navajo, since I recently completed a brief assignment there. On that assignment, I became friends with a guy that I'm gonna call Bill. Bill is actually young, but he's actually pretty close with the tribal leadership. He'll be an asset to me on this new project, so I reach out to him one morning. I'm wondering if he can get me in touch with some interesting tribal members. His response surprises me. "Hey, it's funny you call. Someone actually wants to meet you." Well, that's a happy coincidence. Bill says that there's this medicine man. I'll call him Jordan. Jordan randomly approached Bill a few days ago. He told Bill he was holding a special ceremony and asked Bill to ask me to attend. For context, I never even met this medicine man. In fact, I barely even know Bill, other than as a contact. So naturally, I'm asking, why would you want me? And Bill has no clue. "Hey man, he just told me to reach out to you." So I ask when the ceremony is being held, and he responds, "A couple of weeks from now." That's a lot sooner than I thought. At first, I thought I might not be able to make it, but keep in mind, I'm an academic. Publish or perish is the motto. Not only that, but Navajo medicine men are known for being private. A first-hand look at a Navajo ceremony with a real medicine man. Now that's a good opportunity. It could be a real highlight of the book. Who knows? Maybe it'll open doors for me. I'm picturing lectures and paid speaking engagements. I'm exaggerating a bit, but you get the picture. I want to contribute something good. So I tell Bill, I'll be there. Just tell me where I need to be. So Bill actually gives some very complicated directions. I jot them down. A week later, I'm barreling through the Navajo Nation in my old Jeep. Following Bill's directions, I turn off the main highway. From there, it's a long drive through the middle of nowhere. It'll be a couple of hours before I get anywhere near where the ceremony is going to be held. The Jeep bounces along, kicking up dust the whole way. In the meantime, I'm trying to read these confusing directions based on the geographical landmarks. I'm reading them as I'm driving, but also keeping my eyes peeled. I'm looking for a hogan. And in case you didn't know, these things can blend into the desert real easy. I'll attach a picture so that you all can see. I don't want to miss it, but before I know it, daylight is beginning to disappear. Now I'm getting worried. This is actually taking more than a couple of hours. I'm starting to think maybe I took a wrong turn somewhere. I'm secretly cursing Bill and his awful directions. So the sun is beginning to set. I just about resigned myself to a night of sleeping in my Jeep when I see it off in the distance to my left. It's a hogan for sure. I make a beeline towards it by the last light of day. My Jeep rolls to a stop. As the sun sinks below the horizon, the desert goes dark. I breathe a sigh of relief. Later on, I note that this is the first moment when I felt that something wasn't quite right. I'm relieved to find the hogan, of course, but in my stomach, I feel butterflies, and not the good kind. So I do something weird. I sit there. I don't get out. I don't even move. After all of the rush of getting my bags packed, emailing my department about the trip, getting some of my responsibilities covered by other people, and hauling gas through the middle of nowhere, I'm actually debating about going inside. Why am I hesitating? After some time, the academic side of me wins. Snap out of it, kiddo. You got some work to do. I chalk up my hesitation to excitement jitters. I step out of the Jeep and it finally hits me. I'm about to be a witness to a special Navajo ceremony. I find myself wondering the same thing I asked Bill when he first called me. Why was I even invited here? I pause in the darkness, staring at the little mound of a building that I'm about to enter. Before I do, a scene plays out in my mind. I enter the hogan, and an open fire burns in the center. Around in a crowd of silent Navajo men sit in their rustic clothing. The medicine man is in a traditional Navajo garb. The flickering light casts its shadows on their faces. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. But anyways, by now, I know better than to expect these cliches. In fact, there's no open fire. No silence. Instead, I find the men talking cheerfully, wearing everyday clothes. A few of them have on cowboy hats. They're swapping stories and don't even acknowledge me when I come in. I sit down by the entrance. The women are mixing cornmeal and water. Then they grab palm-sized scoops out of the mix and roll them into balls into the center of the hogan, where I expected the open fire. But instead, there's a small oven with a big stone griddle on the stovetop. The women slap the cornmeal balls flat onto the hot stone. They sizzle. The aroma is amazing. I'm reminded that I actually haven't ate in several hours. A woman offers me a bowl of steaming food, and then the grilled cornmeal cakes start coming off the griddle. One of the women hand me one, and I begin to stuff my face. As I begin to eat, one of the men says something. It must be funny because all the others start to laugh. And then there's this one older man who lets out this big, booming laugh. And just like that, I'm back with my grandparents. So let me give you some background on my grandparents. My grandpa was a big bear of a man, enormous hands, big snow white beard like Santa Claus. Grandma, on the other hand, was a small southern woman, very outdoors. She had a garden that I helped her tend. In the summer, it was packed with cucumbers and tomatoes, and all kinds of other veggies. That grandma would turn everything into soup. She actually baked cornbread too, and it's still one of my favorite meals. As the aroma filled the kitchen, Grandpa would steal me away. He would take me under the sycamore and tell me stories. In a way, my grandpa was a very old world guy who knew a lot about spooky folklore. Most of the stories he told me involved trolls and elves. He used to tell me the story that I remember so much. As a boy, Grandpa and his friends would spend hours in the woods back in his hometown, not in the US. One day, they found something in a clearing in the trees. This specific area of the woods was not unfamiliar to them, but none of them had ever seen this clearing before. It was like someone just came in overnight and cut down a circle of trees in the middle of the forest. Only the clearing was totally flat and grassy like nothing had ever grown there. And in the center stood these very big stones, taller than any of the boys. There were 6 stones total, covered in moss. Grandpa and his friends went up to touch them. They noticed that the stones had big ugly faces carved into them. They had noses, a mouth, eyes, and ears. One of the boys said that they are trolls. This idea scared them, and they all took off running for home, scared, but laughing. The next day they teased each other about being scared of the stones. They decided to go back, but they could never find a clearing again. They looked around for months without luck. Eventually, they just gave up. Grandpa would end the story by pointing to the woods surrounding the house, and he would say, "Those trolls are still out there somewhere." Then he tells me that the trolls always turn to stone in the light of the sun, but at night, the spell was lifted. The trolls would wake up in the moonlight, stretch their limbs, and shamble down the mountains. They moved quietly through the towns, and if you ran into one, best of luck. That troll had found its meal for the night. These stories spooked me pretty good when I was a kid. Grandpa knew this, so he would always finish by reassuring me, in the middle of the day, the trolls are asleep. There's no need to worry. Besides, I'm here to keep you safe. I always felt safer when he was around. He told me tons of other stories like this, always from his life back home, and most of them involved magic. And being a little curious kid, I wanted to know if magic was actually real. So one time I asked him. Keep in mind, my grandpa had a funny way of putting things. I can't remember the exact words that he used, but I do remember the essence of what he said. So I asked him, is magic real? And he says, magic actually works backwards. You have to believe in it before it becomes real. Obviously that confused me, so instead, I asked him if he believed in magic. You know how some people forget their dreams when they wake up, and then they claim that they don't dream, but they do. They just forgot. What the heck? Now I'm even more confused. So I would pester him about it all the time. Do you believe in magic, Grandpa? Yes or no? People who don't believe in magic are like sleepers who don't dream. It was always something like that. Nowadays, I find those responses kind of funny and kind of beautiful in a way, but at that time, I wasn't sure what the hell he was talking about. So the days would pass like this. Grandpa would tell me stories for hours. Then Grandma would come outside. She would bring iced tea bowls of soup, a plate pile high with cornbread. We would sit together under the sycamore and hold hands. Grandpa would say grace. Then we would eat right there on the ground. Grandma would pile extra pieces of cornbread onto my plate as I ate. She tells me all about how well the garden grew that year compared to other years. Grandpa would make jokes. His huge laugh would ring through the air. And this is how I spent the best days of me being a kid. They were my family. They were my home. My memories of those days are still vivid in my mind after all this time. But the year I turned 13, Grandma got sick. She was in the hospital for weeks before she passed. Grandpa took it hard. It almost seemed like her dying drove him a little crazy. He started forgetting things. His stories became less exciting, and they all ended very sad now. He would barely even laugh, and not long afterwards, he passed away too. So I went to live with my dad, and to be honest, he's not important. The only thing you need to know about him is that he wasn't really around for much of me being a kid. Even after I moved in with him, he was never home. The house was always empty. It was just me and the internet. And fuck, I miss my grandparents badly. I fucking miss the garden, and the stories, and the laughing. I didn't feel at home where I was. My dad wasn't much of a role model either, but I won't go into that. So I made a choice. I didn't want to live there anymore. I didn't want to end up like my dad. Somehow, I would move away and never come back. So I put my head down and focused on school. I got a job at 15 and began saving up my money. Eventually, I graduated. My grades were very high, and I made it into the university. My home life made me qualify for financial aid, as well as tons of other grants. It helped me get started on my road in academia. I used my savings to buy a Jeep that some old dude was selling on the cheap. And then when the next semester rolled around, I was going off to college. The house was empty as always. My dad wasn't there to see me off, and to be honest, I wasn't surprised. But still, it did hit me kinda hard. I was losing my second home now. My first home, my real one, I lost when my grandparents died. Now, I was turning my back on my dad and this empty house. The future was wide open, but I was scared. But I still hit the road. I didn't know where home was at, but I know it wasn't here. And I'm sorry, I'm writing this in between a few things. I guess I'm getting sidetracked. But now that I think about it, this is the first time I really gotten a chance to think about these things. So I guess my mind is all over the place. But anyways, let me get back to it. So somehow, all of that led me to this place in the middle of the desert, inside a hogan, full of people I never met. eating their food and about to witness a ceremony that many outsiders never even get to see. People are laughing, and I'm shoving cornmeal cakes into my mouth. My butt is planted on the dusty floor. It's just like when I was a kid. But then, something happens. Remember those butterflies I felt in my stomach when I first showed up? They're back. Except that now, they're pissed off. At first I'm like, fuck, I must be eating too fast. My stomach feels pinched. I slow my chewing, but I think it's too late. Before long, it feels like a dozen snakes are wrestling inside my guts as I try to keep it together. That's when I noticed him. A slim man, across the hogan from me. Without taking his eyes off of me, he slips a chunk of wood into the belly of the oven. He gives me a curious look, then he lowers his gaze and stares into the fire. Bill never described him to me, but somehow, I know this must be Jordan. He's actually very young, and he's wearing a beat-up ball cap. Not what you would expect from a medicine man at all. A woman takes my empty bowl of food. Jordan pulls out a small box and opens it. The hogan goes silent. Jordan pulls 2 small bundles from out of the box, one for protection and one for blessings. He later told me the following, but I'll tell you right now. It turns out that Jordan is here to help out a man named Leonard, and I'll call him Leo for short. Leo has been having terrible nightmares. They started just a couple of months ago, and these nightmares are always the same. Leo finds himself in some isolated area. He comes upon a campfire, and the flames burn black like charcoal. Leo says that the fire gives off an eerie glow. The sight of it always strikes fear into Leo. He wakes up from these nightmares covered in sweat. He says it's always the same. His dreams of the black fire, and then when he wakes up, there's a strange smell in the room. Pungent, but not unpleasant. Leo can't identify it. Sometimes he's up for an hour or so, unable to fall back asleep. During these times, the smell doesn't go away. Leo passes out, and when he wakes up in the morning, the pungent smell is gone. At this point, Leo's mother chimes in. She says that her son began to change when the dream started. He's always been a quiet, serious young man, but he's become paranoid and violent, and he's always angry. He's not the same person he used to be. It's like the dreams are changing him. She says that not long ago, she actually wanted to pay her son a visit. She walked as she normally does, and as she got closer, she could see from a distance that someone was outside of Leo's home. She said that this person seemed to be peering into the house through the front window. It was kind of late and somewhat dark outside. She said she couldn't tell who the stranger was, but she thought it was a friend that was going to check on her son. But then, as she got closer, and this is when she stopped talking, and I could see that there are tears in this old woman's eyes as she was trying to speak. And then she looked around and looked at me. There's a long silence, and then Leo says that he saw it from inside the house as well. But this is the weird thing, that none of them seem to want to say what it was. But at the same time, I'm looking around, and everybody in the hogan seems to understand. It's almost like they know what's being discussed without anybody actually saying it. I look at Jordan for answers, but he doesn't speak. He just stares into the fire that burns in the oven. After a long silence, he does something unexpected. He begins to sing. It's out of nowhere, and I almost jumped in my seat. And as he sings, he pulls out this small pouch. He reaches in with his fingers and sprinkles some powder over the flames in the oven. I quickly know what it is. It's cedar. The aroma is pleasant, but I look over at Leo, and he reacts strangely. His body becomes tense. He seems dazed, with his jaw slack and his head tilting back. He almost looks like he's been knocked out cold, except that his lips are moving, which reminds me of my old roommate who used to mumble in his sleep. Jordan keeps singing, and the song is beautiful. Soon, Despite Leo's weird trance, I'm pulled into Jordan's song. This next part is hard to describe. I'm not sure if maybe I went into a trance too, but as I was listening to Jordan singing, the sound of his voice seemed to quiet everything. I began to feel the music in my ears, then my chest. Then, it seemed to resonate throughout the wooden frame of the Hogan itself. The only thing I can liken to it now is that feeling of being next to a speaker when it's blasting music. It wasn't exactly like that, but similar. At this point, it seems that Jordan's singing seemed to be literally all around me. It seemed to be coming out of the walls. I could almost see it like the Hogan was moving itself. Like I said, it's hard to explain. It seemed to only last a few moments. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Jordan's voice grew quiet, and then he pulled out a pipe and began to stuff it with tobacco. He took a few, and then with one last big puff, blew a huge cloud, and pulled out the smoke with his fingers, hanging himself all over with it. And then, he took one last puff, and this time, he blew the smoke all over Leo. And as he did this, Leo seemed to come out of his trance. His eyes were wild, like he had just woken up from a terrible dream. The pipe went around the room, and everyone followed Jordan's example. When the pipe came to me, I blew a cloud of smoke and patted myself all over with it, similar to the way that Jordan did. As I did this, I heard a knock at the small door of the Hogan. Everybody went silent. Something was skittering around outside. I naturally thought this was an animal that was trying to get in, but there were more knocks, and they were coming from different sides of the Hogan. Jordan then put his hand on Leo's head and started to pray. I then began to feel strange. For the record, I did dabble in drugs while in college, but never to a significant degree. My classmates all smoked pot. A few others took shrooms, but I never wanted to mess with that stuff, because to be honest, my dad was a fuck up, and I was worried about becoming like him. With that said, during a deep period of depression, I smoked pot twice, and I took shrooms once, but I never messed with alcohol, so I'm very familiar with the sensations, both positive and negative. I'm familiar with the off feeling of a bad trip, and to be honest, for a moment, I did wonder if Jordan just had to smoke something, but what I felt was not like that. It didn't feel like a high or a chemical sensation. It didn't feel like a bad trip either, even though I was beginning to feel scared. It was something else, something familiar, something I hadn't felt in a long time. At that point, the butterflies returned, and they hit me like a truck. My stomach was starting to jump all over the place. I once heard someone describe their food poisoning experience as their stomach feeling like a sack full of cats. That's what this felt like. I felt very ill. I tried to get a grip. I tried to tense up my stomach and get the sensation under control, but I could tell I was about to throw up. I was breaking out into a bad sweat, and nobody seemed to notice. Nobody, except Jordan. I found myself staring into his eyes. After the ceremony, Jordan would explain it all to me. However, the ceremonial smudge is different. How people react well to the tobacco, and that's a good thing. But when it doesn't sit well with people, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It means that the spirits are working on them in an uncomfortable but necessary way. The medicine man pays attention to these things. He watches carefully, then he picks out the appropriate prayers based on what he sees. Jordan also tells me that on most occasions, everyone in the ceremony reacts the same way to the tobacco. Either the smudge goes well and everyone feels peaceful, or else the smudge makes everyone feel sick. It's one or the other. But what is strange is for the smoke to single out one person. If it was gonna be anybody, it should have been Leo. The ceremony was for him after all, and that's when Jordan began to suspect that he had been right to invite me. He explains all this to me later in private, but in that moment, I'm clueless. All I'm thinking is I'm gonna shit my pants. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm practically belly dancing in my seat at this point. The others are starting to notice, and the knocking at the hogan has started to match the feeling in my stomach. It's gotten violent. Then Jordan lets out a piercing scream, and it all goes away. The sound of his voice settles my stomach. It's like it shoots through me, pulls out the board of snakes wrestling in my stomach. I have no other words for it. It's like someone unclogged the drain. I let out a huge sigh. I have sweat dripping down my face, my chest, and my back. The others are looking at me now. They must be wondering what the hell Jordan was thinking by inviting this non-native man into their bed. Leo is still in his own world, oblivious to me or the pounding on the walls. He's rocking back and forth. Jordan looks concerned. He passes something else around the room. It's a small bag or pouch. Each person pulls something out of it and then passes it to the next person. When it comes to me, I reach in and find that it's full of arrowheads. For the first time, someone speaks to me. The woman to my left leans over and whispers, "Don't let it touch the ground." I notice that she's eyeing me with concern. I must look like a mess. I pass the pouch to the next person, clutching my arrowhead. I'm not gonna let it touch the ground. Jordan is back to singing. His voice still seems to resonate in the walls. But to be honest, I don't know if I'm just being delirious. But there's definitely somebody or something outside. There are heavy footsteps moving around the hogan, and whatever it is, it's big. Jordan throws more cedar on the flames. Its aroma fills the space again. I inhale it. It feels good. I breathe in through my mouth to taste it. Weird, I know, but it made sense to me at that time. As I'm swallowing the cedar, I feel my throat begin to feel funny, kind of prickly. Then it closes up. It's a feeling I know very well. Jordan keeps adding cedar to the fire, and for the first time, I see some urgency in his movements. Now, he keeps glancing up as the knocking on the hogan moves from one side to the other. Another pouch goes around the room. Everyone else seems nervous. They're dipping their fingers into the pouch and streaking what looks like a white powder over their faces like war paint. Meanwhile, the tightness in my throat has given way to a rising lump. This is what the butterflies were warning me about. Jordan's voice is basically thundering at this point. He then holds up his arrowhead as the knocking on the walls grows louder. I can see that Leo's eyes are open, but nobody's home. Jordan then makes a gesture in the air with his arrowhead. Instantly, Leo lets out a huge sigh. He almost falls over like a deflated balloon. He wobbles for a bit. Then he looks around the room at us. His eyes are back to normal now. Meanwhile, the lump in my throat is about to burst. There's a sudden pounding on the hogan door. For the first time, I hear Jordan's voice start to crack. He glances over at me. I'm sitting in front of the entrance. The door is right behind me. I hear something that sounds like scraping or scratching. The wind outside is howling now. Maybe it's the strength of the wind, drowning everything out. But Jordan's voice is starting to sound weak. Then, something happens that sends the ceremony everywhere. There's another heavy pounding at the door. The wind picks up. There's a pop. And just like that, the door is thrown open by the wind. It slams open and shut in the blast. At that moment, the lump in my throat breaks, and tears flood my eyes. The women begin to scream. The men are shouting. The gust circles through the hogan. The fire starts to struggle, and Jordan's voice is barely even heard now, but his eyes continue fixed on me. He raises his voice and continues to sing, and the whole time I'm just crying. It's like years of sadness are pouring out of me. I'm crying like a baby, thinking about my dad, about the empty house with nobody in it but me. I think about my grandparents and how they left me when they died. They were my home. In the midst of the chaos, the wind is tearing through the hogan. All of these different thoughts are raging inside of me. And then, just like that, everything is calm. The wind seems to literally sink into the ground. It's gone. I feel someone lay a hand on my shoulder. It's a large, heavy hand. I don't dare turn around. I'm afraid of what I'll see. I keep looking at Jordan, whose song is now ringing through the air again. It fills the space and resonates in the walls. I can feel it all around me. The tears are still running down my face. I feel something that I haven't felt in a very long time. I feel like I'm with my grandpa again. It comes from out of nowhere, but it feels completely real. I know he's gone, but I have this distinct feeling that he's right there. That it's his hand on my shoulder. All the anger I felt about him dying and leaving me behind, it all goes away, and all I can think about is how sorry I am. I feel bad for blaming him, and I actually want him to know that. Jordan is still singing, and I blink, and I look around, and everyone is looking in my direction. They're looking over my shoulder. There's a long moment when I'm just watching all of them. Then, they all bow their heads. Everyone except Jordan, who keeps his eyes fixed on something behind me. The hogan is resonating with his song again. The song is beautiful, and it feels warm in my ears. The feeling I mentioned, the one I haven't felt in a long time, it's a sense of connection. I feel connected with everyone there, even though I don't know anybody. I feel connected to my grandfather. I can feel his presence. He's in the room with me. I know it. I keep my eyes on Jordan, but I lift my hand up and reach back. I touch the hand resting on my shoulder. The hand is solid. It's real. And it's warm. Jordan throws a fistful of cedar into the fire, and I feel the hand grow warmer. Outside, it begins to rain. The flames of the fire are raging again, and Jordan's eyes are staring into mine. He's singing with a smile on his face. The hogan feels like it's breathing all around me, and for the first time that night, I speak out loud. I tell my grandpa that I love him, and Jordan's song is filling my ears again, and in the song, I can hear a voice that sounds like my grandpa's voice. By the time Jordan finishes his song, my grandfather's hand is growing cold. Then it fades, and the hogan is quiet for the first time since I arrived. The ceremony comes to an end sometime in the early morning hours. By the time that everyone leaves, the sun is rising. Despite the hell of a night I just had, I don't lose sight of my duties. I still need that interview for the book. Jordan is actually wide awake, so I interview him just outside the hogan. It's during this interview that he talks about the smudge and explains the purpose of the arrowheads in the face paint. But the question that was really burning in my mind was the one that had been there since I talked with Bill. Why was I invited? A non-native man and a total stranger. So Jordan told me when Leo's mother approached them about holding a special ceremony for her son, Jordan agreed to do the ceremony. He did what he always did. He prayed for guidance, and that night, he had a dream. In the dream, a creature was prowling around the hogan. Jordan was sitting inside, and a white man he had never met confronted the creature. When Jordan woke up, he wondered what this dream meant, so he prayed. Long story short, Jordan learned that the creature was the evil spirit that was afflicting Leo, and that it actually wasn't native. He said it was brought over by a non-native for some reason that he didn't make clear. Jordan knew that he needed to call upon non-native spirits to help him manage this thing, whatever it was, and without it, the ceremony would fail. From his prayers, Jordan understood that Bill was somehow connected to the white man from his dream. He also knew that I would be calling Bill, so he told Bill to invite me. When I showed up, Jordan thought that he had made a mistake. I wasn't the white man from his dream, but it was too late to do anything about it, and he carried out the ceremony as planned. When the evil spirit forced its way into the hogan, that violent wind that blew the door open, Jordan believed it was going to kill him, but then he saw that something was protecting me, though he couldn't see what it was at first, but he knew it was a spirit of some sort. Jordan then interrupted himself and asked if I knew what these ceremonies were called. I told him I wasn't sure, and he said, "We call these ceremonies sings, because the singing is crucial." He told me that songs are like food for the spirits. The same way that a good meal can comfort you or make you happy, the right song can give certain helpful spirits and make them stronger. Jordan felt the evil enter the Hogan, trying to put out the fire, and if the fire had gone out, it would have been all over. But Jordan was focused on me and on my protector, and he sang a song to give his strength. He was at that point that he knew for sure that I was the person he had meant to invite, because as he sang, the spirit behind me took the shape of a man. It was the man from Jordan's dream. It was my grandpa. As soon as he appeared, the evil spirit fled. I asked Jordan why this was, and he shrugged. That was for the great spirit to know. But in his own experience, only good spirits that have intimate knowledge of bad spirits can chase them away. Maybe your grandfather encountered the spirit while he was alive, Jordan suggested. And then Jordan pointed out something else. The Great Spirit had used him to heal not just one person that night. First it was Leo, and then me. He told me that he noticed I had reacted badly to the smudge. That only happened because there was a deep cut inside of me that had never healed. My grandpa's spirit was there. When I smudged myself, I had allowed my grandpa to begin healing the wound. Later, after the evil spirit had fled, Jordan has stepped in and finished what my grandpa started. He closed all the wounds. I will forever be grateful to Jordan. There's more to the story, but I think I said everything I needed to say. I lost my family and my home when I was a kid. In a way, I lost myself after that. I grew bitter. I stopped dreaming, and I lost my faith. So I know I said this in the beginning that I wanted to make a few things clear about what goes on in the res, but I also wanted to share this story for those who have lost their faith. Anyways, I want to extend my love and gratitude to everyone that is listening to my story. I'll always be grateful for that.